Good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee's proceedings today will start with the Inspector General of Water Compliance as part of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters. The committee has fixed Tuesday the 4th of March 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such an action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds and estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of Senate estimates. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligation under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they are appearing today. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. And I'd now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Minister for Cities and Emergency Management, representing the Minister for the Environment and Water. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
I also welcome Mr Daniel Blacker, the Acting Inspector General of Water Compliance. Mr Blacker, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I have an opening statement prepared by the Honourable Troy Grant in his absence. So, Chair and Senator...
Sorry, has that been tabled?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Chair and Senators of the committee, as I indicated to you in my letter, I offer my apologies for not being with you in person today. I am unfortunately abroad and I am advised that this prohibits me from connecting into today's hearings in person. Consequently, Daniel Blacker is the Acting Inspector General and he is joined by Tim Gilbert as the Acting Deputy Inspector General, Sheridan de Kroof as the Acting Assistant Inspector General of Oversight, Dr Tara Schulk as the Acting Assistant Inspector General of Regulation. I have every confidence my executive team will all be able to answer all of your questions today. On my return to Australia next week, I am also happy to make myself available to meet with you if there are specific questions that the committee have of me. By way of an update from me to you, since I last appeared before you, I have observed a strong and growing sentiment of consultation fatigue across our basin communities. This comes on top of a historic level of exhaustion and frustration from the community toward water agencies that has built up over time. The sentiment I'm picking up is coming from a feeling in the community that outcomes are not matching the investment of time or effort that they have made. As the agency charged with engaging with the Australian community in relation to the management of basin water resources, we are acutely aware of this phenomenon and are cognisant in our work not to add to their burden. Our own sentiment survey shows marginal improvements in sentiment towards the Basin Plan and the work we've been undertaking in the Inspector General, but there remains much to do. When we last met, I had just announced my first inquiry into the Northern Basin Toolkit and the environmental outcomes from that $180 million. That work is now well underway. We have requested and received information from agencies so that I have the relevant material I require to examine the issues in the terms of reference. This work will be a key focus of my team over the coming months. I have recently published our first compliance performance report looking at the activities of state regulators, and in the next few months I will be publishing our annual metering report card, which for the first time will examine in detail the implementation of measurement of floodplain take in the Northern Basin. Related to that work, the Compliance Compact is due to expire in 2025, and I will undertake a review of that this year. I have given a commitment to examine the Compact and will be working with jurisdictions' regulatory bodies in that review. I look forward to reporting those results back to this committee and to the public more broadly. As an independent Commonwealth integrity agency, we are an evidence-based organisation. I can assure the committee that the review will follow the mantra that our work always follows: don't tell us, show us. With that, I now hand over to the Acting Inspector General and my team.
Oh, sorry, did they have something?
No, so that's on behalf of Troy Grant.
Got it.
Correct. Likes to
Day
make
5,
the
catch up. Okay, thank you very much. I will just briefly say that the committee would have appreciated a little more notice. We received the letter from Mr Grant on the 26th of February, and it makes the note that that you were unaware of estimates hearings scheduled for this week. Those schedules are put out at the end of each year, and they really should be diarised when they are released.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. The Northern Basin Toolkit inquiry,
yes.
Can you unpack that a little bit more for us as to where you've got to and the time frame you think it's going to take to turn that around?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll give an opportunity to Ms Sheridan de Croof, who's leading that work for us as well, to add anything to the answer. But we are in the process of gathering information. So we have requested information from 3 jurisdictions, the Commonwealth, New South Wales and Queensland. And we're getting cooperation from all of those jurisdictions and agencies to our requests. We're just at the back end of receiving all of that information, and we're moving into a phase of analysing what those documents and that information tell us before we start to distill that into what are the issues that are becoming evident to us from that information. So we're on track to deliver that towards the end of this year. So at the moment we're looking towards September for finalising that inquiry.
Okay.
I'll just check in with Mr Croof.
Thank you, Sheridan de Croof, Assistant Inspector General, and I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing, Mr Blacker, and your team. The Inspector General has a role once water resource plans are accredited in ensuring compliance against those. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
We've recently seen reports about legal action that has been taken by the Murray Lower Darling River Indigenous Nations, which is a confederation of First Nations, who believe and are taking to court the fact that the Water Minister, Tanya Plibersek, has accredited the New South Wales fractured rock water resource plans, and they don't believe that she had met all the requirements by law in undertaking that accreditation. Are you aware of that case?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know what that is. So that case, in the media reports and in a press release from Mildren, there is the claim that the Minister conceded that she made a mistake in accrediting the plan during the court hearing. Are you aware of that?
Senator, I'll of course let Mr Blacker provide information about his state of knowledge, but I think you'll understand that while a case of this kind is on foot, officials are very limited in what they can appropriately and responsibly say in a forum of this kind. So I'll pass to Mr Blacker, but I simply wanted to place that on the record.
Yes, and I note your caution, and I also appreciate that if it is inappropriate, because the last thing we want to do is jeopardise the judicial process.
Thanks, Senator.
In saying that, so one of the claims, maybe I should put it this way, in accrediting the plans, what is the requirement under the Water Act for the Water Minister to accredit plans?
Accreditation of water resource plans is a decision of the Minister under the legislation. The MDBA are responsible for working with Basin states to get to a submitted water resource plan, and then they provide advice to the Minister in relation to accreditation.
So given questions have been raised about the accreditation of one water resource plan, is there a process or a review underway to ensure that there is no other examples?
Sorry, Senator Davey. Again, your question assumes the outcome of a matter that is presently before the court. So I'd ask you to be very careful in the way you're framing your questions, because in particular where there are preambles that make assumptions about the facts that have unfolded and any findings, we simply can't answer them in those terms.
I don't think I was presuming an outcome. I was just asking if the agency is undertaking any work to look at the processes that have been followed to ensure, to satisfy themselves that the water resource plans that they are responsible for ensuring compliance against are sound.
So we have a number of activities on foot in relation to water resource plan compliance. So we are actively commencing 2 audits of water resource plans at the moment as part of our annual work plan, and that's been published on our website since mid last year. Those 2 particular audits are looking at 2 water resource plans that are relatively recently accredited, and we'll be looking at implementation and compliance with aspects of those 2 water resource plans. So we have an ongoing water resource plan compliance program. We do that based on risk and evidence, and as the committee would be fully aware, a number of those plans, particularly those in New South Wales, are only recently accredited.
Do you mind if I have a quick follow-up? Mm-hmm. You said that the 2 that you're auditing are quite recent plans. Have you audited any of the plans that have been around for longer, or is this a particular approach in terms of the newer plans? No, we've definitely done some audits in other jurisdictions. So Queensland were the first jurisdiction to have water resource plans in place. I think it was the Warrego Peru-Neabine was the first one in about 2019. That one was audited in 2020 or 2021 as the first to cross the basin, and we've done a number of those since. I think we've done 4 or 5 audits now to date, and as I said, 2 commencing in relation to water resource plan compliance. The other key component of our role there is sustainable diversion limit compliance, which we do each year, and those 2 go hand in hand. Thank you.
Notwithstanding what the Minister has said, and I appreciate what the Minister has said, but I just want to understand process. If it is found that a water resource plan was accredited unlawfully, for want of a better word, what is the process that is then undertaken?
I can't operate in hypotheticals. Okay. In the if, as the Minister pointed out, that case is on foot, and we won't be making any comment until that case has concluded.
Okay. We know New South Wales is the last to get their water resource plans accredited. How many New South Wales water resource plans are still are we still waiting on?
So there's 4 plans that are still outstanding from New South Wales out of the 20. So 33 plans cover the entire basin, and 29 of those 33 have been through the accreditation process. The 4 outstanding, there are 2 surface water and 2 groundwater within New South Wales, and they apply in the Namoi and Guida regions.
Now, the Namoi and Guida regions, they're the only 2 outstanding. Is that so?
Correct.
The Macquarie and the Lachlan have been accredited. Is that the case?
Correct.
Because we know, or we've seen reports that the Macquarie and the Lachlan have both been over-recovered against their baseline water recovery targets, and stakeholders in those valleys have been told the reason why that over-recovery hasn't actually, gone off against other targets, so the 450 target, or been resolved, is because the water resource plans hadn't been finalised, but they've been finalised now.
Who made those? Who told stakeholders that, Senator?
Well, this is what the stakeholders are telling me that they've been told.
It's the source of their information is obviously relevant to Mr. Blacker, but also subsequently to the department.
I believe it's the department.
Which department?
Of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water.
The
DQ.
Australian Government Department.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will also ask, I'll follow up with the department when they're before us, but you're saying those have been signed off, so you can now do full compliance reviews against those water resource plans?
The answer is yes, in short, but there's a longer answer because there's a timing lag between the accreditation and where we can actively look at sustainable diversion limit compliance, for example. In the most recent water year, and I've got to try and get these correct because the math is hard, but I think our last SDL compliance statement was for the 22-23 water year, and that included 55 of the 109 SDL resource units. So a lot of those New South Wales resource units were not included in that assessment.
Right.
Because the water resource plan must be in place for 12 months, starting from 1 July, before we can actively look at sustainable diversion limit compliance.
So they can be around for quite a while before
there's a
they
lag.
actually bite.
We're in the process now of looking at the 23-24 water year, and we'll be publishing our SDL compliance statement, I think in June this year, in response to that. So we get the data at the end of the financial year. It's due from the states to the MWA by November or December each year. And generally speaking, once the MWA do the register of take, we receive it in January, February-ish each year. And then we do our SDL compliance on the back of that data.
And so in what year did Macquarie and Lachlan water resource plans get accredited?
I'd have to double check. I'd take that on notice. But what I would say is none of the New South Wales SDLs were in the last one. So in the last assessment, there were 55 that we looked at out of the 109. This year, we're able to look at 78 out of the 109. So that's bringing in another tranche of New South Wales. And so they'll come in progressively over a couple of years.
But essentially, anything that was finalised post 1st of July 2024 will not count.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
the math on that is interesting, but it's probably in the notes, but if it's of relevance, we can dig it out.
If you can, that would be very relevant. I just note, I'm pleased to hear there's only 4 left to be accredited. Do we understand, or have we got a line of sight, or do I ask the MDBA what the delay is?
So obviously the MWA has a critically important role in that, but there's 3 parties in that process. So we have an oversight role in relation to performance, and so happy to talk through that. The New South Wales are responsible for drafting and submitting the plans. The MWA then assess the plans. In that process, the jurisdiction, so New South Wales in this case, work with First Nations through those processes, and there's a consultation process involved. That is the outstanding piece on 3 of the 4 plans. On the 4th, there's one other issue in floodplain harvesting, which is being reconciled through the Namoy Surface Water Plan. So the Inspector General's met with all 3 of those parties. So we meet with New South Wales to understand what those issues are. We also meet with the MWA to hear their version to see if they align, and then we also go and meet with First Nations to understand their issues and concerns in that process. So we've met recently with all of those. Troy Granners, the Inspector General, met with representatives of the First Nations in January this year. We've recently corresponded with the New South Wales Minister in relation to those delays on the back of those commitments around December, and we've triangulated all of that. And what we're getting is a very consistent story, which is that there is more time required to get through that First Nations consultation. And once that is complete, then it is the view of the 3 parties that they'll be able to move forward.
Because I note that those water resource plans have been submitted and withdrawn multiple times. They were meant to have been accredited in 2019. The requirement for First Nations consultation has always been part of the process, and this is where is the sort of stumbling block? Is it New South Wales? Is it that the MWA, in giving their feedback, aren't being clear about it? Is there a miscommunication? I mean, this is quite.
Or was it willful?
The assurance I can give this committee, and I would be reluctant to go into the detail in responding to that, because the substance of those matters are relevant to the matter on foot in front of the Federal Court.
Right.
But I would simply say that in relation to those 4 plans specifically, as the oversight body, we've met with all 3 parties, and we can see the pathway forward. There's good intent from all 3 parties, and there is no simple thing that could be done to make that quicker.
So the Inspector General has in the past said that he had raised the step-in powers, which are part of the Water Act, with the Minister. He inferred he'd raised it almost 2 years ago, and at the time he described the lack of New South Wales water resource plans as the most critical failure of the plan to date. Has the Inspector General recommended that on these last 4 plans maybe the step-in powers should be used?
Not at this point, Senator, but the thing I would highlight there is the difference between the issues 2.5 years ago and the issues now. 2.5 years ago you had 20 plans that were outstanding, and the key next step there was to get New South Wales officials and government to submit those plans. What we have here is a very different scenario in relation to what the outstanding issue is. So what we see now is very different to what we were seeing 2.5 years ago in terms of intention and pathways forward. Things were stuck 2.5 years ago, to be blunt. I think the very different circumstances. The only other thing I'd point out is that the step-in powers were really designed for a scenario where you had a reluctant state agency or government, and they weren't really designed for the scenario that's in front of us now. And we see that a lot with things in the Basin Plan. It was designed 15 years ago. There were a lot of things that weren't foreseen 15 years ago, and hence we haven't recommended step-in in this instance, because at this point we can see the pathway forward and we can see the intention of all the parties to move forward.
So there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
There is. Obviously, the delay is frustrating for all parties, and obviously these are late, so that compounds the frustration. We would dearly like to have all of that within our regulatory remit so that we can do SDL compliance across the full suite of limits in the basin, but at this point in time we are comfortable as the oversight body that everything that can be done is being done.
And obviously, Senator, Mr Blacker appropriately is being measured in his contribution, but the previous New South Wales government actively obstructed the progress of implementation for the plan. They were transparent about that. The Minister was very clear in public statements about their approach to plan implementation, and the change in circumstances that Mr Blacker is discreetly referring to is that there is now a government in New South Wales that actually is actively attempting to finalise this process.
I am not sure I ever heard the previous New South Wales minister actively saying that they did not want to pass water resource plans. I never heard that public statement from the minister.
Well,
and
they were pretty clear about their approach to the plan overall.
There's one thing to be not supportive of the implementation of the Basin plan as far as how your government is progressing with it, but there is another thing to imply that a minister of a state was actively working against proceeding with something that is required by law.
Well, I think
as far as I'm aware, the New South Wales government had submitted water resource plans prior to the 2019 deadline, and they kept getting knocked back. I don't know how you can go through 5 iterations of the same plan, getting submitted to the same agencies and getting it knocked back time and time again without trying to rectify and work out where the communications breakdown is happening. So it's not a failure. You can't verbal a minister like that, Minister, with all due respect. And can I put on the record that water licence holders across New South Wales are more frustrated with the failure of this process than anyone else, because this is undermining their licences.
Well, Senator, on this I think there's a fairly clear story, isn't there, that it is important that the plan be implemented because all of the stakeholders in the basin have an interest in having clarity about the resource availability into the future. And that's a point I've made repeatedly here. I do think that it's in the interests of water users that these questions be dealt with seriously. I think the results speak for themselves under the previous New South Wales administration. These matters weren't dealt with. They are, by the evidence of Mr Grant at the last hearing of this committee and the evidence before you this morning from Mr Blacker, these are being progressed, these are being dealt with under the current New South Wales government. That's a good thing. And it is a good thing for the stakeholders that you refer to, Senator Davey. I agree with you that it would be better if these plans were in place and people had some certainty about how the implementation arrangements would proceed from here.
Senator, if I might, just to follow up on your question earlier around timing of accreditation of water resource plans, the Lachlan Water Resource Plan was accredited in May 2024. And the Macquarie Water Resource Plan in June 2024.
So they won't be part of the compliance report until 25, 26.
Another year away, correct.
That's fine. I want to come back to the Inspector General's audit into compliance concerns about purchasing. The audit you commissioned to be conducted into how the department dealt with sensitive information and the tender processes. Have you followed up with the department to ensure that all of your recommendations have been progressed?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I think at the last committee hearing, the Honourable Troy Grant was noting his intention to do so. I can give assurance to the committee today that we have completed that work. We are comfortable that the department has responded to those recommendations and implemented its responses. As you would expect with an active regulator, we are always monitoring things that are going on, and we'll continue to look at the evidence base and the risks that come before us. But at this point, I'm happy to give the assurance to the committee that that has indeed been actioned by the department, and we thank them for their very clear intention to move swiftly in relation to those recommendations.
So you are now confident that staff within the department have undertaken the appropriate probity training and information barriers have now been established, because the findings of the audit were that there was not sufficient information barriers and that staff hadn't attended training that they were required to attend.
So we can see that they've responded to the recommendations around the policy improvements, around the training, around the information barriers, around management of conflicts of interest. Yes, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. If you want to...
Thank you kindly. Senator Bligh, do you have any questions?
Not for this group
Excellent.
yet, yes. Thank you.
Not for these witnesses,
Cool.
thank you.
Okay, I do have a few. Back in estimates in 2023, the budget estimates in May, Mr Grant made some comments, and I'm keen to get an update on where you guys feel things are up to now. In describing the legislation on illegal water trading, he said it was rubbish, and that there were too many get-out-of-jail clauses in the entire structure of the Basin Plan legislation and the Water Act, through the Water Acts, etc. And he said that we feel it doesn't have any enforceability connections. Now, that was 2023. A lot's happened since then. And obviously, particularly the Restoring Our Rivers Act is now in force. And we're seeing water market reforms roll out. How would you describe your current thinking on that?
Thank you, Senator. And I will ask Dr Schulk to respond to these as well. The comments made by the Inspector General in 2023 were related to the water trading rule, and one in particular. I can report that as a result of that and our investigations into that and our findings of a rule that was not fit for purpose, that was addressed in the Restoring Our Rivers Bill. So there is a new rule in place that came into force in 1 July last year. And I'll ask Dr Schulk to pick up on our investigations in that area at the moment. So it's an area now that we're active. And so what we've seen is some comments from the Inspector General about the enforceability of a rule. The rule is changed. We now have a new rule to enforce, and we're actively looking at that. But I'll hand over to Dr
Yeah,
Schulk
well,
to
the
give you some
changes
detail.
were in no small part based on his advocacy
and it was
the identification of those challenges.
Absolutely, and it was widely reported that our that the comments related to water theft. So just to set the record straight, they related to one particular rule in the water trading rules. And we have lots of thoughts on other rules and things as we go through. So as you can imagine, a 3-year-old regulator, we're always finding new things to improve. So continuous improvement is just part of any regulatory regime, and we're always talking to policy agencies and government about opportunities for improvement, because nothing's ever perfect. But the Restoring Our Rivers Bill certainly addressed that rule and a number of other concerns that we brought forward to government at the time. Some of those were around SDL compliance, for example, and so we've got a more robust regime around SDL compliance than we had before that bill. So I'll hand over to Dr Schulk, who can talk about our current investigations.
But I'll just say, I think one of the important features of the Inspector General's role and the organisation more broadly is to do exactly that. And so I am very keen to understand, because it's still, much as it sounds you've been around for a while, it's still quite new when you look at the amount of time it takes to work through changes and adjustments to legislation and in a very complex environment. So keen to understand has that delivered? What's the, where is your thinking now in terms of how those changes have actually rolled out?
Yep. Thank you. Tara Shelp, Acting Assistant Inspector General. So we currently have 17 investigations that are open, and they're in relation to Section 135M of the Water Act. And it's actually around the rules that relate to providing false and misleading information in relation to trade. Now, those rules were enacted on the 1st of July 2024, and as the Acting Inspector General indicated, the Inspector General enforces those rules. So we've been analysing those 17 cases, and what the initial observations are indicating is that there's actually a data entry accuracy issue. So, for example, the majority of jurisdictions actually manually enter the data related to trade. And for any of us who do computer work, sometimes you do accidentally hit an extra 0 or a 9. So, for example, if we were looking at $100 per megalitre for water, so we're finding some anomalies as we're
There's a big difference between 10 and 1,000, right?
Yeah, and so sometimes we're seeing $10,000 for a megalitre. So what we're actually finding is that as we're going through that analysis, where they're being rectified as we're going through that. So we're contacting the jurisdictions and those issues are actually being rectified as we're going through that process.
Are there a lot?
So we've got routine monitoring, as you would imagine, and that'll keep improving as we get more and more data through from new systems and new collection through the Bureau of Meteorology. But what we can analyse at the moment, we're picking up the outliers. So if you're looking at 17 cases, they're ones where our monitoring team would look at that and say, that's a red flag, something's not quite right here for a range of different reasons, and then we go and have a more intense look through investigations. So we've got new powers that went through the Restoring Our Rivers Bill to allow us to rectify those. So if we don't get voluntary compliance as we identify those, we can actually go and direct that those things be fixed in the registers and in the data sets so that we've got an accurate representation of those things. So
percentage of error?
It's quite small.
Okay.
Yes. If you think of volumes of trade and then you think of the number of investigations, yep, quite small. But you see it. We would just refer to it as fat fingers.
Yep. Cool. Sorry, I don't know if you had anything else.
No, thank you.
To add?
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with the changes, I know that you guys have been very open and robust about concerns around the water market and improvements that are needed. Do you feel like we're on track? Is there enough change? Is it moving quick enough? Are you seeing a sufficient improvement in the system?
We can only answer that in part. Obviously, the ACCC have a much larger part in the new regulatory regime with all of the conduct, insider trading codes to be developed. But in our space, we look at the Basin Plan water trading rules, so there's 40-something of those. And we're seeing improvements, obviously, in the rules. That helps us with enforcement. But at the end of the day, those rules are really competition rules. That's why they were designed and put into the Basin Plan in the first place. So definitely a step forward for us in better rules, more tools, and data is going to be the big game changer for us as we get more data in. That'll allow us to monitor at a higher level, and those things are progressing. So definitely as a result of the Restoring Our Rivers Bill, we're in a bit better position than we were. There's still a lot of work to do in the next couple of years, but a lot of people working very diligently to try and get the benefits out of that opportunity.
So, in terms of the duration of the existence of the Inspector General of Water Compliance, how do you see, or what were the constraints in the early days, and how do you see your ability to undertake your very important role in terms of basin oversight and compliance? What do those changes look like over those years? And in part, that's about what do we need to look to in the next few years? How has that progressed? How has that sort of developed?
The first thing I'd observe is it's a very rapid cycle to go from identifying a flaw in a rule to working through the policy in relation to that, to getting changes through the Parliament and then getting those live. And we've done that in a very short period of time. So I'd say that's unusual to be in a place 3 years in a new agency where you can show this is the opportunity, we've highlighted the issue and we've gone full circle to having more robust rules that we can enforce. The second thing I'd observe is if I went back 3 years, there wasn't a great understanding of what an Inspector General of Water Compliance is and does. One of the challenges is just simply the word compliance in the title. It makes everybody think that we are a frontline regulator, we are out doing water theft, we're checking everybody's meters, and so they think of that regulatory role. But our oversight role is equally as important as our regulatory role. So we're looking at the performance of agencies, we're looking at the delivery of the Basin Plan and implementation, and tools like the inquiry and the work we're doing now in the Northern Basin Toolkit inquiry really highlights the opportunity of an Inspector General and what it can bring from a system and an improvement perspective. And I think it's been a gradual process over 3 years as people come to understand that there are two roles within this statutory position, and they're quite different and they're designed to do different things. But when you bring them together, what you end up with is someone who can look at compliance, and you don't just stop there, you can look at performance. And those two things need to sit side by side. And it was something that was reflected on in the review by Peter Harris that was done by government coming in last term. And they looked at, Peter Harris looked at that issue and really highlighted the opportunity around the inquiry power, the oversight, what we can look at in intergovernmental agreements, what that can mean for the Basin Plan and its implementation, and really driving that forward, but also the link between implementation and environmental outcomes, because at the end of the day, the Basin Plan, all roads lead to environmental outcomes. That's its purpose. And so those links are really important, and we've got a role to play there. So I'd say over the 3 years, the main progression has been in understanding who we are, what we do. We don't find we spend as much time anymore explaining that to people. And particularly, even as we were doing our first inquiry, we would have to stop and say to people, actually, there's a function in the Water Act, there are powers associated with that function. There's still an education component going on out there, but we're not seeing as much of that as we were 3 years ago. And so I think people are starting to look at those two roles and understand where we fit.
Great. And just finally, in terms of the review of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan that's looming in the not-too-distant future, what role do you see yourselves playing there?
I think there's a couple of roles that we need to play. We obviously, as a regulator, see a lot of detail and activity, so we can provide an evidence base to feed into the MWA's review, and so we've been in constant consultation with the MWA as they move through their review process. So we can bring that regulatory evidence base, but we can also bring a view on performance, so we can bring a view on effectiveness, we can bring a view on implementation. Those are things that the MWA then consider in their evaluation, like the 2025 evaluation underway now. So that's a 5-year body of work. And next year they land the 2026 review, which is a 10-year body of work. And so we're able to give those two different perspectives into that process.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. With regards to the water market, there, as you said, there is still a body of work to be done with a lot of the new regulations only coming in force 1 July this year. Is that correct with the ACCC?
I think theirs might commence 1 July 2026, but that's probably a matter for others.
Actually,
Yep.
You're right. I'm wrong. That is correct. 1 July 2026. A lot of that involves water trade information and real-time information sharing. Is that correct?
Yes.
When it what role will the Inspector General have? Will the Inspector General have any role in making sure those are enforced? Given that you currently, a lot of the work you're doing in the water market is actually looking at whether people price disclosure, appropriate price disclosure. My understanding is the new rules will mean you need more real-time price disclosure. So is there an overlap there between yourselves and the ACCC?
And I'll refer to Dr. Schulk as well on this matter, but there's 3 agencies operating in a regulatory space, if you like, as a result of those policy reforms. So you've got the ACCC playing a really important role around conduct. So things like developing a market code of conduct, enforcing new insider trading rules that will be developed, and a range of other activities. So things like market disclosures. So they'll be in that conduct space. The Bureau of Meteorology are playing a really important role in data collection. So they are also working in a regulatory space in collecting that data. We have a relatively small role as a result of those reforms. We are the data enforcement agency. And what that means is we enforce any new rules in the Water Act that went through the Restoring Our Rivers Bill in relation to the data obligations. There are 4 off the top of my head, and one of them is the one that Dr. Schulk referred to before in price reporting in section 135M, where we're already active. Then the Bureau have to develop a set of data standards. So they are working out what data is required, and they will then set that standard. And then if there is a breach of that standard, we are the enforcement agency. So we're waiting to see the standard to understand the obligations that will reside with us from 1 July 2026. But our role is, in essence, the enforcement agency of those 4 rules in the Water Act now, and any new obligations that may come out of the Bureau's work in setting a data standard. But I'll just refer to Dr. Schulk in case there's anything you want to add.
I don't have anything else to add, thanks.
The Bureau. I had my day with the Bureau on Tuesday, given that they have over the years got something around over $400 million to do water data pages and single source of truth several times, and I would still much rather read the Ricardo reports than try and delve into the Bureau and make head or tail of what they're reporting, so I don't have a lot of faith there, but that's not your problem. When it comes to, if you're going to be the enforcement agency, some of these requirements, particularly with the disclosure requirements, will be the definition of when a deal is struck and water market sensitive information. There is talk from the ACCC that you will have to disclose, which they already do, they have to disclose the price paid. Do you have a view on whether price discovery information should refer to the date the deal is agreed or the date the deal is undertaken? So, because you might, a bit like buying a house, you might agree to buy a house on the 1st of February, but you don't exchange contracts for 8 weeks. Have you got a view on when that, like, when the information is most valuable and relevant?
We start with what problem are we trying to solve? So what rule do we have to enforce? What do we actually have to achieve? So we're always interested in the why before we get to the what and the how. So we obviously are working through that with the department as the lead policy agency, the Bureau who are setting the data standards. But we start with what rule do we have to enforce, and therefore what data do we need. So there are a number of data sets that we've recommended be included. Regulators will always want as much data as they can to do the monitoring exercise and analysis to understand what's going on in the market, understand the risks to compliance and work out where to put their effort. But that's got to be balanced out with the impacts on those. So we're really focused in what problem do we have to solve. From our perspective, the 4 rules that we enforce don't drive a lot of those. A lot of that will come from the ACCC, but for example on trade price reporting, we want to see a range of things that give us the full picture of what that transaction is, but only to the extent that it's relevant to enforcing a rule. So that's really where our efforts focused.
Do you have a view of what constitutes market manipulation when it comes to the water market?
We have current functions in relation to that in the Basin Plan. There are 2 rules that relate to those elements in the current Basin Plan water trading rules. Both of those are either repealed or transferred across to the ACCC as part of the reform. So market manipulation will cease to be a function of the Inspector General at some point before 1 July 2026. And at that point it's the responsibility of the ACCC to work out what it needs. So we've obviously talked to the ACCC, we work quite closely with them. We've shared with them our experiences of rules and lack of data and challenges, but it's really a matter now for the ACCC to determine and specify what they need to discharge a market manipulation function.
Thank you. I know that we've got limited time, so I quickly just want to get onto metering.
Senator Davey, before you start, can I just for everyone's convenience, how much longer do you feel you need?
Only a couple of. I know we only had them for an hour, so.
But I'm open to extending that a little if you need that.
It would only be 5 minutes, 10 minutes over if
on you go.
It's just on metering. The implementation of the water market reform roadmap, 2 years on, which October 2024. I understand the Australian standard for non-urban meters, AS4747, has been revised by an expert panel. And the revision picks up new technologies and methods. Is there a timeline whereby meters need to meet the revised AS4747? Given that we've got a whole heap of meters out there that technically have been grandfathered, so aren't AS4747?
The Commonwealth Department set the policy implementation schedule, but the review is led by National Measurement Institute. And then it's generally adopted by the states as a policy, and implemented as a result of that policy. So a lot of the decisions around when and how will reside with the states themselves rather than the Commonwealth. But I would point out, as we did in the opening address, that metering's a core part of the compliance compact, and there are deadlines there on implementation. We've been putting out a metering report card each year, which gives people a sense of how that's going and where they're up to. And this year we'll review that compact in full. So that was put in place in 2018 as a result of public reporting of water theft issues within New South Wales in 2017. And that compact was designed to address a lot of those concerns. So there's improvements in accountability, transparency, metering, environmental water protection, so a whole host of things in there, and we'll be checking up on how that's gone across its 7 years and whether anything else may need to occur in that space.
And it's always been an issue of mine that meters ain't meters necessarily, because some states like South Australia, most of their meters are predate AS4747, so they're grandfathered, whereas in other states there's been a process to install meters. Yes, New South Wales, the issues which actually were the reason for establishing the Inspector General was one of the reasons, but New South Wales also established the Natural Resources Access Regulator, which is a compliance and enforcement body in that state. Have the other states got similar, highly publicised, lots of public awareness, compliance and enforcement regulators as well, or are they part of departments? Is their compliance and enforcement regime more part of departments?
It varies from state to state. So for New South Wales, for example, you have the Independent Natural Resources Access Regulator operating under an independent board. In the ACT, you've got the EPA, who are enforcing alongside the department as the policy agency. In some jurisdictions like South Australia and Queensland, for example, you will find them integrated into one department. So we tend to look at the performance of those agencies and how they're going, as opposed to how they're structured and the pros and cons of those different structures. They are a matter for state jurisdictions ultimately. We have views on what works well and what doesn't at various points in time, but ultimately it's not just a model thing that drives performance. So we've just put out our compliance performance report for the first time, which highlights all of the activities of the state regulators. First time anyone's been able to get a data set together on activity that's comparing them equally with the same definition. So one jurisdiction will call an audit, they'll say, I have a spreadsheet and I checked 100 lines on that spreadsheet, so that's 100 audits. Another jurisdiction might send someone out in the field and spend 6 months doing work to come back, and that's one audit. So they didn't count things the same, they didn't do things the same. So we've got a report for the first time that shows how they're going in terms of activities, and that's as a result of the work that we're doing through the Regulatory Leaders Forum. So we get all of the heads of those regulatory agencies. If that's someone within a department, we say, who's the ultimate person who's accountable for this? And we get those people together on a periodic basis and we work through those issues. And it's really bearing lots of fruit, not just the metering report card that comes out of that group with that data, the compliance performance report we've just put out comes out of that group, but also they're learning from each other, and that's one of the biggest benefits we've seen across the 3 years. New South Wales just increased their penalties a few months ago, so in some cases for water theft and other issues it's gone up between 4 and 10-fold for an offence in New South Wales, and that came about because of a conversation with their Queensland counterparts. You can see in the report South Australia have mandatory penalties, so those regulators can get together and talk about the pros and cons. Is that possible within their jurisdiction? What's best practice? How do we all move to something that's more consistent over time?
Is there still a discrepancy between states where some states say you must have water in your account before you can turn your tap on, and other states say you can turn your tap on and then buy the water after the fact. Is that still happening?
Yeah, so that comes down to metering and account balances, but certainly what we're seeing is a very clear trend across all of the regulators is a move to real time. So South Australia, for example, at the moment, it's a quarterly process. It used to be annual. So they took a big step from annual to quarterly, and they're enforcing that through mandatory penalties. And that's in our compliance performance report. But you can also see others are getting much more active in relation to negative account balances. So that's about withdrawn or overdrawn accounts. So people are moving at different from different baselines, if you like, across the different jurisdictions. Victoria's already there. They've been doing that for quite a long time, and they would put themselves forward as best practice. They don't allow negative account balances in any circumstances. So those are things that are where you're starting from an inconsistent base, and we're watching that group come together and work on those to get to a much more consistent way of approaching this over time. And I think if I was reflecting on the 3 years of the Inspector General, it's one of the things where we've been able to have quite a bit of impact.
That's good. That's me done.
Excellent.
For the Inspector General, anyway.
Oh, there's me thinking we're all going home. Thank you so much, Mr. Blacker. Thank you to your colleagues. We will now let you go.
Thank you, Senator.
And I will call officers responsible for the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters. Mr. Fredericks, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Mr. Andrew McConville, Chief Executive of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, and Dr. Banks, there he is, Dr. Banks, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. Would anybody like to make an opening statement?
No thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Senator.
Yeah, no thanks, Chair.
Okay. Oh. Right, well, you're in our hands then. Senator McLaughlin, would you like to go first?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. I want to take us to the Coorong, Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth and seek an update with some advice on algae blooms and avian flu risk. So I'm not sure whether we have any officers there.
Any takers?
Dean O'Connell, Deputy Secretary. Dr. Banks, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, will happily talk to those.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Simon Banks, Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. So I think there were two components to your question. The first one around algae.
Yeah, I had some members of the community expressing concern around it, so I'm interested whether any work be undertaken and any response that may or may not be coming. And on the avian flu risk, I've been advised that that risk seems to be growing, and obviously the region's important to migratory birds. So that's in essence my query.
In relation to the algae risk down in the lower lakes, I think as we've seen conditions start to dry down there, there's been low rainfall. We are seeing the risk of things like algae start to increase. We certainly, from an environmental water holder perspective, we've been utilising water down there to try and manage lake levels, because the lake levels again are starting to reduce, and again that's based on regulated conditions on the back of, we had some good years in 22, 23 and 23, 24. Since that time, we're seeing the lake levels go down, and similarly with barrage releases currently, there's only fishways are open. So when you reduce flow in the system, then things like algae certainly do grow as a risk in the system. So we're not doing anything particular directly on algae other than utilising the Commonwealth's water to try and improve flows. And earlier this week we were having a conversation around how increasing our contribution to the South Australian, to support the lower lake levels, and ultimately the Coorong to maintain that connection into the Coorong.
Senator Andrew
Yes.
McConville, Chief Executive, Murray-Darling Basin Authority. If I might add, my understanding in relation to the Coorong South Lagoon, it's actually marine algal bloom, so not what we would normally see in the river situation. That's my understanding. Water quality issues managed largely by Water SA and SAG.
Yes, so I mean, I'm seeking just assurances that you're on top of it, which you are.
Yeah, yes.
And to the avian flu risk.
Yep, in terms of avian flu, the Australian government has a HPAI, so an avian flu preparedness task force, and that's coordinated by the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, along with our department, Department of Health and Aged Care and the National Emergency Management Agency. And as the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, we work through our department to prepare for that. So we're looking at developing a decision support tool that supports my decision making around the use of Commonwealth environmental water. In terms of risk, I think, and I, sort of a bit of touch wood, yes. There is absolutely a risk that this avian flu that has been devastating internationally may reach Australia. At the moment, it hasn't reached the mainland, and I suspect, given we're through the sort of pretty well through the migratory bird season, we might have, we might be okay this year. But of course, whatever we can do to prepare for the next season, and given the Coorong and lower lakes is really important for migratory birds, it is an area that is a particular focus in terms of concern. The government has also provided funding to support increased surveillance. So again, we'll look at that from a Commonwealth environmental water perspective to see how we can increase surveillance in other areas where not only the Coorong lower lakes, but in other areas where the risk of avian flu has increased because of the presence of migratory birds coming into the system.
I don't want to bog us down on the surveillance program. Could you take on notice just some details of the surveillance program so that so I can give assurances to members of the community that have raised it?
Yes, Senator.
Just the nature of how many and how you've applied the government funds.
Yep. Sorry, Senator, I should say we've got part of our current monitoring program down in the Coorong lower lakes is already part of the opportunity that we can utilise with scientists out on the ground, where if they make observations, about birds, then there's a mechanism to report that back to the relevant biosecurity agencies.
Yes, so it's being done within existing frameworks, but if there's any extra being done, please take that on notice.
Yep.
And I come from the perspective of having community meetings, so not necessarily from a budget perspective. Is there any consequences in relation to avian flu risk as a result of the floods? Because the floods were also very beneficial to bird life. And has there been a consequent growth in bird life and therefore the risk is higher, or am I drawing too long a bow there?
Yeah, look, I think on the back of the floods, obviously the floods, water birds responded to the floods, and so we had some significant water bird breeding across the basin, in different parts of the basin where it's known, the Macquarie, the Narran Lakes, Macquarie Marshes, and some of these are our internationally important wetland sites. So we've, again, environmental water has been used to try and manage the lake, not the lake levels, the levels in those systems to ensure completion of those. I think post-floods, what we're trying to do is ensure that there is habitat for the fledglings to get them as healthy as possible. So I suppose the idea being, if the animals, like the birds, are healthy, and they're probably more the resident ones through our watering actions, then we hope that they might respond should the bird flu arrive in the system at a later date. But I don't know that there's necessarily, it's more those pathways that the bird flu might reach Australia are the risk, and then how we respond through those sort of whole of government processes should it arrive.
I think just one quick thing. So, Senator, we have some people in our biodiversity division who I suspect might be able to give you a little bit more information. So I'll take that question on notice for the whole department, and I'll have my environmental side come back, because it's an important question you ask.
Yes, I come from the perspective of members of the community raising it with me, and
so we'll come back to
I bring those questions to here.
Yeah, and Senator, we will try and get the information that is relevant to this department. I think the official referred to the whole of government processes. Yes. They're led by the Minister for Agriculture, which I offer simply as a point of information, since it's likely to be an area where you have a continuing interest.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm still at the call?
Yeah, absolutely. Keep going.
A slight segue, but now that I have you, I was going to ask this question a bit later, but there was a report, a CSIRO report, a research paper, I should say, Murky Waters Running Clearer, Monitoring, Reporting and Evaluation of the State of the Murray-Darling Basin after more than 3 decades of policy reform. It attracted some media. I'm interested, I'm not going to ask a series of questions contesting the science, because I'm wholly unqualified on that, but I'm interested in, when a paper like that is published, how does the authority respond? How is that information taken into your considerations? Because the last question I asked you, I think in the remains of the day, last estimates, was around how you're preparing for a State of the Murray report, in effect. So rather than a commentary on the paper or the merits of the paper, how is that fed into your considerations, or any other scientific paper, I should say?
Thank you, Senator, and I will get Dr. Coleman to comment as well. The paper to which you refer is a paper by the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists, and it's an important line of evidence. So as we look to the Basin Plan evaluation, which is a rearward look over the last 5 years, we're required to do an evaluation every 5 years, which we'll release around the middle of the year. It becomes a line of evidence. We've met several times with the Wentworth Group, both in preparation of their report and also since the publication of that report. And it's important that when we're looking to evaluate not only the state of the basin but the contribution of the Basin Plan to that state, that we gather as many lines of evidence as we can. And so that's the approach that we are taking to that report. But I might get Dr. Coleman to comment also, because he's been directly involved.
What was the name of that report?
I ran it into Hansard. I have a copy of it if you like, but I don't. It's public documents, so it doesn't necessarily need to be tabled.
No. It's just my interest. Thank you.
Dr. Coleman.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Matthew Coleman, General Manager, Science at the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. In relation to this particular report, so in general we welcome new science. We're always interested to see new lines of evidence, but for this particular report, something we welcome specifically is the mode in which the authors engaged with the MDBA early on. So they shared a first draft with us. They took on board some of our comments, and then they shared a late draft with us as well. When a report like this comes out, for this particular case, we asked our advisory committee on science to look at the report, and they're conducting a review of it. The review in this case is particularly around the robustness and comprehensiveness of the report, and the main question from us is how can we take a report like this, a study, and incorporate it into our existing work. And so what we're doing now is we're looking at this report and we're seeing to the extent to which we can incorporate it in our Sustainable Rivers Audit and also our Basin Plan evaluation.
So thank you for that. So will the findings of the review be public information? Will I be able to ask questions on the level that it was incorporated at some point in estimates, or is that in confidence?
No, Senator, not at all. We'll be very transparent in the outcomes of the evaluation, which will be publicly released around the middle of the year. So, as I say, 2 parts to that, Sustainable Rivers Audit and the evaluation, all of which will be public.
It raised some media discussion from various interest groups or stakeholders about resetting the rules. and I know, so that will be part of the review, whether our targets or our benchmarks are correct, having regard to river health.
Yes, and I will get Dr. Coleman to comment some more. So under the Basin Plan has indicators contained within it which are designed to determine the health of the system. So in terms of implementation, we are required to report against those indicators, for example, relating to salinity and flora and fauna and the like. So we are legislatively required to report against those indicators. There are some other indicators in the Wentworth Group report that aren't within the frame of the Basin Plan, so they're not legislative requirements, but they are, as Matt said, lines of evidence against which we will also review. Dr. Coleman might have a further comment.
Thank you, Andrew. That's right. So the Wentworth Group report, or the report that was published, they were able to access, so they access publicly available data, and then they use that data against a set of indicators that they developed. And so it'll be a slightly different slant to the work we'll release through the Sustainable Rivers Audit and the Basin Plan evaluation, because we've accessed not only publicly available data but also other data from the ABS and the ATO as part of our study. And also our indicators are specifically tied to the objectives of the Basin Plan, whereas the Wentworth Group indicators, some of them were Basin Plan related, some of them were more general condition related.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. You've given me the comfort that I needed, that it's in the bloodstream, which is where my questions were coming from. Thank you, Chair. Can I come to the, just bear with me, I'd like to come to the research centre, obviously the Coorong, Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth Research Centre, but I'm going to call it the Research Centre because it's not the most friendly name for a senator asking questions and estimates.
No, that's fine, Senator, and Dr. Finn will talk to that.
I'm sure you were expecting some. Last time we were together, we spoke about the mid-term review. So could you just give me an update? I think it was going to be close to be undertaken now or soon after.
Thanks, Senator. Marcus Finn, branch head in the Environment, Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division. So on the mid-term review, we had actually yesterday had our, we call it the Commonwealth Steering Committee meeting with the Goiter, where we discussed the review. So the review we're about to launch into, it'll begin over the next few weeks, and ideally we will be in a position where at the end of May that committee is sitting down and having a look at the results. The review is really focused on, obviously the research centre's been going for a couple of years now, yes. Doing really good work. Their research plans are approved. I think they have 24 of 25 research projects are contracted and underway. So now's a timely point at which to sit down with the Goiter Institute and some of the key stakeholders and just talk about how the last part of the current program would play out and see whether there's any improvements that we can make.
Are the outcomes of the review published, or is it more an ongoing dialogue about management of the funding and research?
Yeah. So our intention for the review was that it would largely be conducted internally yes. With my team, obviously shared with the steering committee, and it was to inform a conversation in the steering committee about, again, whether there could be improvements or adjustments made in the last parts. Ultimately, any action, if there's for example, a desire to adjust milestones or some extra time desired, that would be an action for my team with the Grants Hub as contract managers. But we didn't. One of the things I would say about the review and Goiter, the Institute, are also very keen on this, is to make it as light a touch as it needs to be. My observation so far is that the Institute's doing incredible work. It's really impressive, close connections with the community, and we don't want to get in the way of that.
Senator McLaughlin, do you mind if I ask a quick follow-up in there? It does appear to be doing excellent work, and I think the connection to the community is really impressive. One of the concerns was the line-up of the work they're doing, how it plays into the review, the 10-year review, and their contracting periods and how that sort of plays out. So that whole timing of how the various projects that should feed in versus the the duration of their funding, etc., etc. I don't know if you could give us some indications of how those various things are currently lining up and whether, because you've just uttered the words extension. Yes.
And I should differentiate too. So I know, for example, the Goiter has developed a business case for a phase 2 that they've provided to our department, I understand to government, and a whole range of other interested parties. This review isn't looking at the value proposition of a phase 2. That's a separate component. It's like I said, it's a business case that Goiter are putting together. The review was really born out of, and we've had the discussion, I think, in these estimates before, where there was some delay to the start of the Research Institute and projects.
And I think that's what caused some concern. I know they had concerns. I know Senator McLaughlin and I have talked about this as well, how that lines up in terms of the projects that they're contracting now because of the delay in the start-up.
Yeah, that's it. And really this review will sort of look into that. And obviously not preempting the conversations, we may find that things are actually running, the program itself is running incredibly effectively. We may decide through these conversations with Goiter and other people that things are pretty well on the milestones and the contracts don't need a look. Or we may find that to get the best possible outcome of the work that's being done right now, that we do need to look at some of those things. So that's the intention of this review, was really to make sure that we took a checkpoint, even if a relatively informal one, at this point in the program, to make sure we get in early, or early-ish. I think Goiter would say, look, it's not that long to go.
Earlier.
But to get in and make any adjustment that we need to make at this point.
Thank you. Thank you.
On top of that question, I understand there has been considerable First Nations engagement, quite exceptional. Do you have any oversight of that, or is there anyone in the department that can provide me with some data or oversight from that?
With the Goiter Research Institute itself, not close oversight. I mean, the engagement that the Goiter and the Research Institute are doing with First Nations, that's the business that they run. What we are seeing is really quite impressive. I know, for example, that they have a memorandum of understanding with Narrandjeri Aboriginal Corporation, and they're developing one with the Brandis Aboriginal Corporation. So there's formal arrangements there, but I think one of the numbers they talked about, they've been trying to add up the sums, but they might have had something like 3,000 people through their doors in engagements with the public. Obviously that's much broader than First Nations, but I know that they invest quite heavily in their relationships with First Nations people and the research that they're doing. But the fine detail of that would be the Goiter Institute would hold that.
Is there anything comparable elsewhere in the plan to that sort of level of research and engagement?
Sorry, Senator, in terms of First Nations?
Well, First Nations community?
Yes, Senator. So in terms of First Nations, and I might ask Ms Knowles to come forward as well, but the approach we're taking to incorporate First Nations science through the Basin Plan review is very much front and centre. It's one of the 4 priorities of the review. At the moment, probably much more in consultation and engagement to determine what science needs to come forward. But Ms Knowles or Dr Coleman might be able to comment more, Senator.
I'm coming from the point is that I'm obviously biased, being a South Australian, that this is an exceptional research institute.
Yes.
Is there anything I should be comparing it with? I don't believe there would be, but on the off chance that there is another state doing as well.
Dr. Coleman. I think a good comparison would be the One Basin CRC. They're also investing quite heavily in a co-design of science with the community and with First Nations as well. At the MDBA end, we've been running our basin condition monitoring program, that came out of the Sefton review, and so that also has a very strong focus on community co-design and First Nations involvement as well.
I'll have a look at those on my travels. Sorry, Ms Knowles.
Sorry, Senator. Jack Knowles, General Manager, First Nations at the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Over the past 18 months, the MDBA has been resetting our approach to engaging with First Nations people right across the basin, in part to support the preparation for the participation of First Nations people in the conduct of the Basin Plan review. We've travelled extensively on country to meet with nations and nation representatives on country, and then from about the middle of last year conducted a series of workshops to support the participation of First Nations people and the inclusion of their information, their knowledges in the Basin Plan evaluation. So in August and September last year, we ran 5 workshops across the Basin in Dubbo, Wodonga, Berry and Toowoomba, and an online session as well. And we had more than 100 First Nations people from 47 nations and clans across the Basin participate in those workshops to be able to support the finalisation of the Looking Back to Move Forward report, an independent report by Coccinall Ridgeway, which has been published on our website. We were really pleased in December to host the Basin Moving Forward conversation in December in Canberra as well. We had 123 people, First Nations people from 48 nations, 73 tribes and clans come together to support that policy work that we are preparing for in the Basin Plan Review. And just this week, I've been in Bendigo on Dja Dja Wurrung country to have further conversations with First Nations people, particularly from the Southern Basin. And next week, I'm looking forward to meeting with Northern Nations in Tamworth. So we really are supporting that active involvement in the work in preparation for the Basin Plan Review.
Very relevant.
Absolutely.
The MDBA had, in the past, ceased funding NBAN, the Northern Basin Aboriginal Nations. Have you identified a sort of a replacement organisation, or how are you now working with Aboriginal nations in the Northern Basin, given that NBAN no longer gets that funding?
Thanks, Senator Davey, for the question. In re-establishing those connections with Northern Basin nations, the First Nations Indigenous, Renee Woods, the First Nations member of the Authority and Board, and I spent a lot of time on country meeting with individual Northern Basin nations to understand their preferences for going forward. The MDBA has supported those Northern nations to come together because, first and foremost, we hold some key principles that the mechanisms for engagement need to work for community. So understanding their preferences, providing time for them to come together to come to a view about what that looks like for them is really important. They're conversations that have started and they're continuing. But the workshops that I ran through before the Basin conversations, we've provided that direct opportunity for Northern Basin nations and clans to directly participate in our processes and conversations.
So it's a work in progress as to a formal structure, but the conversations with nations are ongoing north and south of the Basin irrespective.
That's correct. And that future approach really needs to be something that is designed by community for community.
Sorry.
Yes, that's right. Could you just take on notice the work that you've done in South Australia since the last estimates? I don't wish to hold up the proceedings because I'm genuinely interested in your progress.
Yes, certainly, Senator. Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Dunn.
Thank you. I had some questions about the ANAO audit for whichever officers are relevant for that line of questioning. So, I understand that there was a performance audit of the Department's 2023 Strategic Water Purchasing Program towards the bridging the gap under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. When exactly was that audit undertaken?
Senator, I'll ask Ms. Wall to address that. But it was the audit report looked at the bridging the gap purchasing that the department undertook during 2023. I'm happy, and the audit report was released on the 12th of February, so relatively recently. And I'm happy to briefly outline what the audit report found. And that's just in the snapshot of the audit report, which is public. And What it did find, and this is brief as any...
Before we go to the findings, can you just talk about the scope?
Absolutely. I'll ask Ms Wall to talk to the scope.
Yes, sorry. So, good morning, Senator. Ruth Wall, Head of Division Water Infrastructure and Investment Division. The audit objective was to assess the effectiveness of the Department's strategic procurement of the water entitlements to meet bridging the gap target under the Basin plan. The ANAO, when looking at this, they looked at, did the department establish appropriate arrangements to support strategic water procurement? Did the department conduct an effective procurement process to achieve water value for money?
Thank you. And is that the same part of the department that manages the water purchase towards the 450 gigalitre target?
Yes, it is,
yeah.
Senator.
And including the recent tenders?
Yes, it is, Senator. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Ms O'Connell, keen to understand the findings now?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So 3 main findings by the ANAO report. Firstly, that the department's strategic purchasing procurement of water entitlements to meet the bridging the gap under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan was largely effective. Secondly, that the arrangements to support the strategic purchase of water entitlements were largely appropriate. And thirdly, that the department conducted an effective procurement process and demonstrated how it assessed and achieved value for money. The audit did also make a couple of recommendations for ongoing improvement, and the department has accepted those and will implement them.
And what were those recommendations, and how are you progressing on them? It's fairly new, so I imagine...
So I'll let you know what the 2 recommendations were, and then my colleague will tell you how we're going with progressing them. So the first recommendation was about reviewing and revising the evaluation framework. And the second one was updating procurement-related policies and procedures to provide clarity on probity requirements.
And how's the progress, or when do you expect to have those ticked off by?
Sure. Look, Christine McRae, Acting Branch Head for Water Recovery. So with regard to the first recommendation about reviewing our monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure it's relevant, we kicked off that process in November. We established a working group to have a look at that. The key things we're looking at there is to make sure that we are monitoring the right things, that we are looking at the metrics that we can control. With water recovery, we can control how we run the purchase process, how we establish value for money, and whether we can do it in a timely fashion. We, of course, don't deliver the environmental water. We can't assess whether our purchase directly leads to outcomes. There are other entities in the Murray-Darling Basin space that do that. And so our reference group is having a look at what we need to do to make sure that we're really measuring what we control and being able to learn from those measurements as we take them. On the second, which is more effective training and making sure all our staff are aware of our obligations around conflict of interest and probity, we've updated all of our training requirements that we have, and we're regularly reviewing those. Staff are participating in those. We have documentation that occurs, and we continue to work with our probity advisors to make sure our processes are appropriate and above board.
And sorry, when will they be closed out by?
They're ongoing actions in many respects. So the monitoring and evaluation plan is an ongoing living document. So we'll continue to review that to make sure that we do what we need to do and understand any lessons we can apply to future purchasing programs as well, so we can continue to improve as we move along.
Yeah. I guess the finding about the department's ability to assess value for money is very encouraging and a good one that we always want to kind of see positive feedback on. What specifically came out of that? Would you say that confirms the approach that you're taking and any learnings from how you'll continue to make sure that value for money assessments are as they should be.
Do you guys want to take that one? I think, Senator, I'd go to referencing again what the ANAO have said in relation to that as a broad start. You know, they did say that the audit provides assurance to the Parliament over the arrangements in place to support the strategic procurement of water entitlements in 2023. It is a matter of public and parliamentary interest, and they also go on to say in the conduct of the procurement process to achieve value for money.
Sandy, can I help on one respect? Yeah. I think the utility here, and I should just say a couple of things about this report. It is a very good report, and the ANO is a hard marker.
Yes, not all
the sort of positive
like
reports
this
don't always get a lot of attention. So we're very, very pleased for the report. But to be fair, it is in part a consequence of Senate estimates. Yeah, again, there's a lot of criticism around Senate estimates, but it does make sure that a department like ours looks for opportunities to continue to improve, and that's a good thing. The work that the IGWC does, you heard that, that's a good thing. And the ANO itself, they work very constructively with us. So there's a range of forces which, when used constructively, can really help a department like ours to be better. And that's been demonstrated in this case, and I think quite comprehensively. And the lesson in terms of value for money is, as the Auditor General found, I mean, we have a very good framework. So ahead of purchasing, we establish a very constructive framework. It has criteria, which are common sense criteria, which help us make the best possible judgments against value for money. We document it well.
Yeah.
Transparency in these things on value for money is very, very important. And at the end of the day, in issues like this, there's at times negotiations to drive the best possible value for money outcome. So those four factors the Auditor General recognise, and there's sort of, in the generality there, the sort of positives that the Auditor General, the IGWC and senators, all of you, are looking for. So it is very gratifying, but you'll notice the language from my officials. None of us are resting on our laurels. It's continuous improvement, and we understand we need to keep not only doing the best job possible, but get better where we can.
And in terms of resource allocation to do the work, like how, does that change as a result of the outcomes of the recommendations in particular, or how you're approaching your continuous improvement?
No, Senator, so in regards to your first part of that question, our resourcing has stayed the same, and we think that's appropriate for what we're undertaking. In regards to your second question, and it goes to that continuous improvement, that throughout our delivering our procurements, we are constantly looking at how we can become more efficient and what we can learn, as the Secretary mentioned, from not just this ANAO, but from, or even just our reports, but also other ANAO reports.
Yeah. And I presume these findings are applicable to the current water tender processes, and has it changed or informed how you'll continue to roll these out?
Yes, it definitely has, Senator.
So, Senator, it's the same team with the same, largely the same processes put in place.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to add that I haven't covered in my questions?
No, I think we've covered the field, Senator.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity.
Great. I'd
Not
just
everyone's
like to say,
interested in audit.
Yeah, but you are. And I would just like to say that, Senator Darwin's right, not all of the reports from the ANO come out looking like this. So, well done.
Can I just have a follow-up?
Sure.
Because one of the recommendations was on clarity and probity, which is kind of a follow-on from the audit that the Inspector General did into the processes and the issues that were identified through that given you already had that report, you were already looking at those areas as well, and this ANAO kind of backed up those findings, but you're already, hopefully, working through those improvements?
Absolutely, we were, Senator, and as the Acting Inspector General gave evidence today, he is accepting that we've made the improvements following his earlier audit on processes and procedures in place to manage water market sensitive information.
I should just add, Senator, for your benefit, just to give you an appreciation of how seriously we treat these matters as you do, the IGWC report that the Acting Inspector General referred to today, you asked him some questions. We actually undertook an independent review of our own actions in response to that report. So we treated that so seriously that not only did we as a department engage with the IGWC to improve ourselves and to make sure we were faithfully following up on the recommendations implemented, we actually got ourselves an independent review of ourselves in order to give ourselves that assurity, and also that helped the IGWC reach the conclusion you heard from the acting today to say tick.
That's very good. Just while we're on this report, the other issue that was raised, the evaluation framework does not enable an accurate measurement of the program's impact on intended policy objectives. Does that mean that the line of sight between water purchases that are undertaken and the end environmental impact is not always clear? Is that how that line should be interpreted?
Senator Davies, I can take that question. I think because bridging the gap particularly is part of a much larger reform process, and the purchasing we were doing in 2023 was a small component of a much larger activity that's been going on for a decade. And so the monitoring and evaluation framework that we developed at the beginning of the process really was trying to work out how you could measure the impacts of the small volume that we were purchasing towards a much larger volume. And that's quite a difficult thing to do in isolation, particularly when the MDBA, CHU rather, and other agencies within the Murray-Darling space are monitoring the effectiveness of environmental water. There was a challenge in us trying to do that on a single purchase perspective, and so that's something we'll need to review in our framework, that probably doesn't need to necessarily occur at a small scale, because it is occurring more broadly as the water that we purchase makes its way onto the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holders Register, and then the benefits of that use and management over time are monitored through other processes.
Senator, if I can just add, as the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, we do provide advice to our colleagues. It's one of a number of criteria that are used to determine priorities around water recovery, but we certainly draw on our 15 years of experience to try and support, obtaining the best, entitlements that do contribute to the outcomes that we've got underway. As my colleague mentioned, we've got a science and monitoring program that's been going for over 10 years now, and that certainly is reporting on the sort of environmental outcomes that we've been able to achieve from the environmental water that we manage, which any water recovery comes in and as you'd be well aware, gives us a greater share of water that we can then utilise for environmental outcomes.
So when that audit report said that required revision to ensure outcomes are appropriately defined and included in the context of other evaluation activities, that's the work you said earlier, Ms McRae, that is ongoing to make sure the monitoring and evaluation is relevant?
That's correct.
I've got a whole lot of other questions about future purchases, but if...
I wonder if we would go to Senator Bligh and we can pivot from there.
Thank you. Also a proud South Australian sitting here, so I guess... We've got to...
The South Australians always try and stack out this committee. It's part of who we are.
So they are sort of centric to the state that I am from. I just had a few different questions regarding a few different programs. So I'll start with the Resilient Rivers Water Infrastructure Program.
Yes, Senator. Yep.
Is that okay?
Yes, Senator.
Brilliant. So essentially just looking for a little bit of an update on how this project is going to start off with.
The project, or it is a program, Senators, but we can talk to you about the program as a whole.
The program, yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Just an overview of where it's up to.
Yes, not a problem. I can take that question, Senator. So the Resilient Rivers Water Infrastructure Program, when it was announced, had $495 million allocated to it.
Yes.
And it's designed to fund state-led projects that will deliver infrastructure in irrigation areas in order to create water savings that then can be credited to the 450. So we had 4 streams within that program. There were 3 streams related to full project delivery, so that's shovel-ready projects that can be funded and delivered, and then 1 stream related to feasibility projects. The feasibility projects was a critical element that the Commonwealth funded in order to help states come up with new projects, new ideas, and investigate possibilities, because we really do want to see what options are out there that are worth working up. So applications for Stream D closed in December after an extension. So the Basin states did request an extension given the tight timeframes, and that was agreed to. It was August, it went to December last year. So we've received the feasibility projects and we've been assessing those. Several have received policy approval and are progressing to a federation funding agreement so the states can start delivering. We do have 3 projects that are funded under the other streams, even though applications for Stream A, B and C don't close until June this year. But as projects come in, we are able to assess them and fund them. So we have one in New South Wales in the Murrumbidgee Irrigation District. It's called the Urban Channels Project. So that's a project to line and address 46 kilometres of channels or thereabouts in that irrigation district to create efficiencies and additional public health benefits. That's about $63 million. And then we have 2 South Australian projects that have been approved. One is an actual delivery project, so that's for $20 million for about 1 gigalitre of water. And we also have a program that we have approved for funding that's to $20 million, and that's for the South Australian Government to work with their communities to find small-scale efficiency projects that they can then fund through the funding we provide them and work to deliver them.
Excellent. Do you have, I guess, an idea so far of how many projects have been lodged in total, and bearing in mind that they haven't closed yet? Just
exactly right. Yeah. So we have assessed about 10 projects, and we're expecting around 19.
Okay.
But what I will say on those is some of them are a combination of feasibility and full projects. Feasibility funding will result in business cases in June this year. Some of those may be feasible and will be assessed and could proceed. Some, and this is the nature of feasibility funding, may not be feasible in the timeframe.
Of course. And so far, how much are you predicting in terms of the volume that might potentially be saved?
It's very difficult, particularly with a lot of the projects in feasibility. So at the moment, in terms of funded savings, we have about 3 gigalitres of funded savings. I wouldn't like to take too much of an estimated guess on feasibility projects, as I'd like to allow the states to do the work they need to do in order to confirm what projects they can do. However, we do have several delivery projects we are looking at the moment, working with states on assessing those, and we expect some of those may be eligible for funding and would contribute to further savings.
Yeah, excellent. And I guess sort of looking at that sort of 3 gigalitres so far, we're aiming for 450. There's a big gap there. Is there anything that you think the Australian government could be doing to increase the intake so that we can try and capture more projects?
Yeah, Senator, first of all, the Resilient Rivers is about providing more options and more opportunities. It's infrastructure.
Yep. Yes,
the 3 gigalitres that were referred to are basically ones that have been contracted and in construction.
Yep.
There's a further 8 at feasibility. As my colleague said, there are still programs open in terms of seeking further proposals. So we absolutely welcome, particularly state-led proposals, etc., that address this and use these greater options that are available. So there's still quite some time. It's difficult to predict because, you know, the feasibilities are to assess how feasible the delivery is and the water recovery, etc. Plus there are projects yet to come to us. We're aware through discussions that there are quite a number, as my colleague has forecast coming. We'd welcome many more. So we're keen to certainly use this as infrastructure alternatives to deliver water recovery. Evidence to date, you know, I think it's 3.2 gigalitres for the two that are contracted into construction, and we hope that many more of the feasibility will end up in further contracted construction, and that there are more proposals brought forward.
Excellent. No, sounds very good.
On the back of that, part of those other options was also land and water partnerships, is that correct?
I'll ask my colleague to speak to that.
Good morning, Senator. Matthew Dadswell, Head of Water Policy Division. Yes, that's correct, Senator. One of the options that were being considered to contribute to the 450 was land and water partnerships. And
have you had any proposals for land and water packages?
Senator, in implementing that program, what we'll be seeking is that'll be delivered through the Basin states, and we've been working with them on guidelines for the program. We've developed those guidelines, and states and the government made a commitment in the last MyEFO to provide $3 million towards business cases for land and water partnerships. So that $3 million is to fund business cases that states will bring forward, and they have until the end of June to bring those forward for us to assess.
Business cases. We fund a lot of business cases, just saying. So the guidelines, however...
funding projects
a
lot of decisions were made under the previous government.
And we have funded business cases for the same projects over and over again.
Is that true?
Constraints management for one. I know we've been funding business cases for constraints management since 2015.
The same project over and over again? Is that what you're trying to say?
Constraints management. Anyway,
your assumptions, your assertions there,
the
Senator
guidelines have been written. Is that correct?
Between with the states, yes.
So state governments now have those guidelines, so they can go back to potential proponents to work up business cases.
That's the case.
Is that where that line of potential outcomes is at?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Because I've been told the opposite. I've been told that states are still waiting for the guidelines.
Well, we have engaged, particularly with New South Wales, on the guidelines, Senator.
Okay, good. So New South Wales has the guidelines, and they can now. Do they have to apply for business case funding, or can they go away with the proponent and actually work up the business case?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Have you, on those potential projects, are you only talking to the states, or have you also talked to potential proponents about the pathway forward?
That's to be delivered through the states, Senator.
It's all got to be delivered through the states. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. You've answered those questions.
Do you want to go back
to if that's okay, if I can just ask, I guess, are you, and this is going back to the infrastructure program, are you guys satisfied with the volume of applications or projects that you're receiving to assess at this stage? Because it does seem like the uptake is quite low.
Senator, I am quite comfortable with the volume we're receiving, especially if the feasibility projects do turn into projects to implement. I think that this program follows on from a previous government project and efficiency program, and so which was quite successful as well. So I do think this is a good volume in the timeframes that we've had.
But we would also say, Senator, we'd welcome more for the
Yes,
streams to
definitely.
remain open. Absolutely, we would welcome more.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. That was it on that part, and I'm sort of noting, are you happy for me to keep going for 5 minutes before?
We can either do that or we can break now and come back at 10 past if this is a natural break rather than us interrupting.
I'm happy to do that rather
flow.
than, sorry, if that suits everyone, we'll have a natural break.
Okay, let's do that. So we'll break now and we'll return at 11 minutes past 11.
Oh.
Woo. Welcome back, everybody. We will resume with the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters, and we will go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Ms O'Connell, I see that this week the government has commenced purchasing a further 100 gigalitres in the Southern Basin, Southern Connected Basin, through the expressions of interest process. So the expressions of interest came in at the end of last year, and you've now commenced actually moving on to a purchase. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, if I can just step out where that limited tender fits in the process. So, obviously, the legislation passed November 23. We issued a delivering the Basin Plan in full framework in January 24, a draft. Had consultations about that in terms of how that delivers the 450 of additional environmental water. Extensive consultations on that framework document. The framework was finalised in July 2024, and it identified in it this process of the expressions of interest, and set a timing expectation of when it would happen, and we're consistent with that timing expectation. So it set out an overall approach about a steady and staged delivery. So at the end of last year, there were two expressions of interest processes called Expression of Interest 1 and Expression of Interest 2. And with that, I'll hand to my colleague Ruth Wall and Christine McRae to just talk through what is now happening in terms of a limited tender, a very limited tender, as a result of up to 100 gigalitres as a result of that EOI, a very limited specific tender.
I'm not sure people in the basin feel 100 gigalitres is limited, but
it
refers to specifically to the number of people invited as part of that limited tender. Yes. It's not an open tender.
Or larger portfolios.
Very large portfolios, Senator, and very limited, and based on the people who expressed interest as a result of that earlier expression of interest. Very limited number, yes.
Happy days. Christine McRae, Acting Branch Head for Water Recovery. So EOI 1 and 2 had very different focuses. EOI 1, if you like, was the inverse of the 70 gigalitre scope. So the 70 gigalitre program that was that closed in September, it had a very select scope of very specific water right types, and it was also trying to avoid impacts on areas with high concentration of irrigation infrastructure operator customers as best that we could, noting the different arrangements in different jurisdictions. So EOI 1 was if you were out of scope for the 70 gigalitre tender, you were in scope for EOI 1. And that had a minimum participation volume of 10 megalitres. So we were hoping to engage with individual water entitlement holders. EOI 2 was quite different. It covered the entire Southern Connected Basin, both within and without irrigation infrastructure operation areas, and was really focused at the large portfolio holders that we know exist in the basin. There are not many of them, but there are several, and some had, through different means, expressed an interest in participating in water purchase programs. The department looked at the findings from the 2020 ANAO report around some of the shortcomings of past limited tender processes that had been run. And so what we thought would be the most transparent and effective way to engage with these large portfolio holders would be to run an open tender process, so an open call for all tenderers who meet these criteria of around 20 gigalitres, which is a substantial portion of water, and ask them to submit their prices in a non-binding fashion for stage 1 of EOI 2.
So, well, you say not non-binding?
Stage 1 was non-binding, that's correct. And that's the case for EOI 1 and EOI 2. That's standard practice for a multi-stage procurement.
Okay, because my reading of the paperwork was that if you made a submission through the expressions of interest process, you couldn't change your mind on the price.
You could change your mind on the price. The wording of the ATM was such that we said, while it is non-binding, if there is a significant shift between your stage 1 offer and a potential stage 2 offer, we may seek to ask clarifying questions as to why that price has significantly shifted. But we appreciate that with the time that these things can take, there can be shifts in the market, and by having the multi-stage process, people are allowed to modify to suit.
So my understanding is the 70 gigalitre open tender that was not open to everyone. It was.
That's correct.
But have you finalised that?
So we're still in the process of evaluating tender responses to the 70 gig. We have started accepting offers. We started in December, and we're moving through the tender responses as we go, establishing value for money.
So
offers.
You've got the 70 gig tender process underway. You've got EOI 1 underway, and you're not yet progressed to making offers. You've got EOI 2 underway, which you've progressed to making offers. You've also got the Aboriginal Water Entitlements Program purchases underway. So you are in the water market under 4 different processes all at once. Is there any room for other water market players at the moment, or is it just the government purchasing water?
I couldn't speak to other water market players, no.
Senator, we'll address that. A couple of corrections in relation to EOI 1.
I just wanted to correct in regards to EOI 1. Sorry, Christine. EOI 2. Sorry. So you mentioned what was it, Lynn? Maybe I'll come back to it. Sorry, I just.
That's right. With the EOI 1, we've finished stage 1. And the update to the trading strategy on Monday was indicating that we are progressing towards stage 2 with a notion of being able to recover potentially up to 100 gigalitres. So that's program approval. Individual procurements, next steps underneath that program will occur over the next coming months, as the trading strategy says.
So at the moment, you've got 70 gigalitres, 100 gigalitres, I think 10 gigalitres under the AWEP at the moment. How many gigalitres under EOI 1?
EOI 1 did not have a nominated maximum volume.
Senator, that's important. EOI 1 is an expressions of interest. It hasn't moved further than that. It's an expressions of interest. And I'd also point to, as I outlined in the beginning, this is all part of the framework that is public, that sets out how we're going to deliver the Basin Plan in full, particularly for the 450 gigalitres. That was published as a final version in July. It sets out exactly this timing and exactly this process with the 70 gigalitre tender, but also the 2 different expressions of interest processes and when the timing would take place. So that's our publicly put out approach, and we are remaining consistent with that.
So steady and staged.
That's right.
Doesn't mean that you will finalise one process before moving on to the next. Because when people read that and the EOI would occur, they didn't think there would be an overlap. I mean, at the moment you are in the market under 3 different processes, because you've corrected me on that one, but you are currently in the market for 180 gigalitres of water, which is a substantial volume of water to be seeking at once. Even though I accept the EOI process is limited and it's by invitation only, which does bring me to it's open to only large portfolio holders. It's open to offers of 20 gigalitres or more.
Correct.
But it is open to people who are within a shared network. So when you're looking at the expressions of interest, are you looking at maybe corporate portfolios where they have 20 gigalitres but across different zones? Or are you looking at an expression of interest from a large corporate who is in one area, and that is 20 gigalitres, leaving an area which in a shared network, 20 gigalitres from one holding is going to create a massive gap?
So the EOI2 responses, as we said, large portfolio holders, and they're primarily a combination of investors, as you say, with broad portfolios, and then agribusinesses, which can also have broad portfolios as well. Yes.
Yes.
Can I do a follow-up? In terms of the assessment, though, like when you get these expressions of interest in, just talk us through the kind of things that you would look at and the modelling or the data that you would use to ensure that whatever water is determined to be purchased, that those kind of impacts that Senator Davey is concerned about, or what processes you have in place to guard against that?
Definitely. So I can speak to how we establish value for money within a process. Not that we have established value for money for EOI2, but I think Phil might be better placed, my colleague, regarding that.
Senator, just before we do that, I'd outline the framework for the 450 as set out in the new legislation. First of all, it has to be the right water for the environment in terms of water in the right places, water that is needed for the Commonwealth environmental water holder. So it has to be water that actually results in an environmental benefit as part of it. So that's firstly one criteria. The second, and value for money, as my colleague touched on, is clearly another criteria, and another criteria is socioeconomic impact, which is assessed. That was assessed with the regulatory impact statement at the time and the passage of the legislation in November 2023. And there is also, as part of that legislation, a requirement to do an assessment before the individual tenders are open, and that is made public, and we can talk to that as well.
But there are people who have a reaction, a sort of a guttural reaction to the concept of water purchase and head down the pathway of we'll all be ruined, and the area from which the water is purchased will wither on the vine and no one will ever work again. So we hear a lot of that sort of stuff. So I think it's really important that we take the time to step through exactly what those protections are for people who are deeply concerned, like Senator Davey, about the impact on particular regions.
Because the strategy actually says, under this trading strategy, there is no fixed volume to be recovered from each state, catchment or water right type. And yet you've just said that consideration is given to making sure you're buying the right water type, but it says that no consideration will be given to that.
As in, it's not a priority. Like, the priority is making sure you've got the right water in the right place, not saying every state will have the same amount of water purchased or every area will have the same, because that's not necessarily where you need it. So they're actually not contradictory statements. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yep.
So if we, Senator, talk to what we're doing in terms of assessing that category of the socioeconomic impacts, we can also talk to that question of how we determine where we go for purchase in terms of environmental impact and also for value for money, because they're the three considerations.
Senator, it might help if you've had discussions with us before, if we just go through the socioeconomic approach, because I know that's something that you're keenly interested in.
It is the socioeconomic that I'm interested in.
So why don't we go to our officials on that?
Yep, Phil Coates, branch head in the Water Policy Division, so I've got carriage of the socioeconomic assessment, so happy to run you through the process we've gone through to assess socioeconomic impacts, and as Deputy Secretary O'Connell said, the starting point for that was an update to the regulation impact statement for the Basin Plan, which was conducted and published last year. And that was a backward-looking piece, seeing how the assumptions around socioeconomic impacts and the predictions that were made at the commencement of the Basis Plan have carried out over the time since. Obviously, there's been a lot of water purchase and other types of water recovery, 2,100 odd gigalitres recovered at that time. So that piece of work looked at that and scenarios for how additional water recovery towards the 450 could roll out, and that drew on a range of different sources, including academic studies. It lent heavily on the independent report into socioeconomic conditions in the basin, which is colloquially known as the Sefton report, and that had a large body of research as well, looking at impacts to date. Now, in terms of the protections and the commitments within the framework towards assessment of socioeconomic impacts of particular purchase programs, we do that at the program level, and we look at cumulative impacts towards the 450. So I think you started with a question around looking at what would be the impact of a single purchase of X gigalitres. The approach we've taken is to say, well, what is likely to be the more meaningful and significant impact will be the cumulative effect of all the purchasing that happens. So rather than assess each individual transaction, of which there'll be many, many hundreds, I would expect, through the various tender rounds, we do an assessment before a purchase program is commenced that looks at the cumulative impact of purchase approved at that point in time. We think that will provide a more meaningful assessment of what the impacts are likely to be. And we've published those assessments, and they provide a regional breakdown of what the modelled impacts are from ABARES on irrigated agriculture, which is the focus of the assessment being the starting point of that kind of impact pathway. And we've also had ABARES model which communities and which areas are most likely to be exposed to impacts, and that's based on the diversity of their economies, the reliance on irrigated agriculture, and the underlying social and economic conditions. And those are a couple of the lines of evidence that we've used to inform that. But also we recognise, and this was one of the key findings out of the work in the Sefton review and previous reviews of the Basin Plan, that there absolutely can be a divergence between economic modelling and what it predicts outcomes will be and experiences on the ground and what are reported. So we have done an extensive consultation process and as part of the framework and the continued assessment of impacts, there are monitoring frameworks in place. There's a significant investment going into the Basin Condition Monitoring Program, which Dr Coleman referenced earlier, and that, again, will look at the cumulative impact of everything that's happened in the Basin Plan over the past, and it goes back even before the Basin Plan, actually, water recovery pre-Basin Plan. And also we have the Sustainable Communities Program, which is being delivered through the states, and as part of that, states are being funded on top of the money that's being provided to provide for community adjustment assistance, additional funding for community engagement and on-the-ground work, so that the types of local impacts, which we acknowledge can't always be predicted through modelling and publicly available data, can be picked up and assessed. And
I'll come to the Sustainable Communities Program. Well,
no, Senator Davey, we are going to let him finish. Please.
Keep going for another half hour.
The only other aspect I would say is industry engagement. So part of the modelling from ABARES of different water recovery scenarios, including the 170 gigalitres of purchase to date, has looked at the distribution of the impacts in the Southern Connected Basin on different types of crops, food and fibre, and that's informed the prioritisation of our work with industry. And again, we recognise that industry players will have their own data that they hold, their own insights about what they think this means for their particular industries. Based on the research and analysis we've got to date, we've prioritised rice and dairy as particular areas of interest, and Dairy Australia are doing some further research that we've been engaging on what they see as potential impacts from the different water purchase scenarios that we're entertaining.
Okay. Do you have, we've just listened, that's taken a long time to get what you're doing.
Of a train of questioning, Chair.
Yeah, Senator Davey, I did ask if it was okay to just follow up on a point. So I'm just trying to get to the nub of that point. Working very significantly on your concerns, which my concerns as well, the concerns that people are anxious about the water purchase, they're anxious about the impact, and I'm just trying to extract some sort of pithy answers to what is it? Is pithy.
They waffle forever.
And Senator Davey, if maybe you'd stop talking over me, we could just allow Mr Coates to tell us if he does have an elevator pitch on this particular issue for the concerns of people out there in the community that we know has been highly emotional and tense over many, many, many years. There are those of us who believe this is absolutely the right thing to do and have confidence in the modelling and have confidence in the socioeconomic impact analysis, and there are those who don't. And I'm just wondering, is that what is the piece that is less than a 5-minute thing that people can go, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense, or that makes me feel better, or that is going to boost my confidence that these guys know what they're doing and they're not going to ruin my community.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So what I've provided there is a description of the kind of analytical work that underpins this. I think
which is very useful, don't get me wrong.
You're more interested in the steps that are being taken to meet the government's commitment to minimise impacts on communities.
More also, as opposed to instead of, but yeah.
All right, my elevator pitch on that would be, there was already been some discussion around the efficiency part of the program. That was the first program that was opened and started last year, looking at water efficiency measures that have the neutral or positive socioeconomic impact applies on those. There's the staging of how we're going out recovering the water between now and the end of 2027. As the Deputy Secretary said, the advice from the Productivity Commission and what we're doing is a steady and staged approach, and we're looking at the sequencing of that so that alternative options and mitigations can be looked at. So in particular around irrigation network areas, people have said in consultation they're concerned about what's called the Swiss cheese, and that's being factored into the rollout of water recovery, and we're also looking at alternative options in the north. And a key thread of the program is the Sustainable Communities program, and that's the new initiative that sits with this 450 program that hasn't occurred in the past, which is a $300 million investment in community adjustment assistance. So those areas that have been identified through the analytical work that was described earlier, there is assistance available to provide to support economic diversification, jobs, support for individuals and communities where those impacts are most likely to be felt, and that's what this research has been geared towards, informing the rollout of that program, which we're doing alongside the water recovery at the moment, whereas previous iterations of programs of that nature have occurred long after the fact.
Thank you. Senator, can I help out?
Yes.
It is a really good thing that we have an official talking at great length about this issue, and good on him.
Absolutely. And
because the reason I'm saying that's a really good thing is to get to your elevator pitch. The elevator pitch from me and from this department is that is a testament to how seriously we consider socioeconomic issues, how important it is for us to understand community concerns, and how as a public service officials we are finding every lever we can to ensure that we engage, that we empathise, and at the end of the day we give the best possible evidence-based advice, and that's what public servants do.
Thank you very much.
Senator Grogan, if I might, I think going to your question, the evaluation of the Basin Plan, which is a 5-yearly evaluation, will contain a socio-economic piece. That's the first time this will happen. Previously it was just environmental outcomes. So if it is helpful to the committee, I might ask Dr Coleman to talk about how we are approaching the socio-economic analysis under the Basin Plan evaluation, if that is helpful or considered helpful.
It would be helpful for me. I'm feeling a level of agitation from my colleague. I know that.
I'm not sure. I should have directed the question to Senator Davey.
Why don't we senators just leave the room and allow you guys to wax lyrical for the rest of the day? I mean, okay, the whole purpose is for us to ask the questions.
Senator Davey,
and I appreciate what you said, Mr Fredericks, and I appreciate that your department does take this very, very seriously. But I do have a range of questions because, as I said, at the moment we have 3 separate water purchasing programs underway. You keep saying that you are undertaking best endeavours to minimise socio and economic impacts, but while you're out there doing the large portfolio holders 20 gigalitres and upwards expressions of interest, you have not yet finalised the 70 gigalitre tender process, so you don't even know where that water is coming from before you're undertaking to buy more water. So how can you understand the impacts that the water purchasing is having? You don't even know how much water is coming out from, for example, from the Murray irrigation districts. So you can't understand how the impact on that business, on that region and on that area and the industries it underpins. How can you hand on heart say we have evaluated the impact these processes will have on that region when you don't even know if the water is coming from that region?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we've published the advice that we provided for consideration of that, and that sets through the assumptions that were made around the modelling of what was the cumulative 170. So obviously the 70 gigalitre program is mid-train.
180 with AWEP.
This assessment is of the purchase towards the 450. So given that 70 is in train and we don't know the final outcomes, we need to make some assumptions about where that in the end will lie, and the same with the 100 gigalitres as you discussed. Those are non-binding offers. There's still processes to go through to reflect that. So at this point in time, we've done an assumption of the distribution of water purchase based on the current CHU holdings, and the ABARES modelling uses a water trade model, so it picks up the impacts of subsequent trading and distribution of water across the Southern Connected Basin as a result of water trade, which will change and move the impacts over time, and that's a key feature of that model. Now, we acknowledge in the advice that those assumptions won't necessarily match the actual outcomes of the 170, so once those aspects are known, we'll be able to go back, review any divergence from the assumptions that were made in the modelling, and of course provide that information to state governments so they can understand any implications for the rollout of the community adjustment assistance that we've got.
Some would say that that's closing the gate after the horse has bolted. I mean, if the impacts in particular, and my concern is particularly closed networks like Central Irrigation Trust in South Australia, like Murray Irrigation, like Goulburn Murray Water District, if too much water has left the district and it makes the system less viable, or it creates perverse impacts on the remaining irrigators in the system, then it's too late after the fact to go, oh, well, you know, we've been monitoring, but when the wine crush is closed and 30 other people have lost their jobs, it's a little bit late. Does your modelling show
that they're
where...
not looking at any of that?
Well, does your modelling show sort of the tipping point for those sorts of regions? But surely the primary question, from what I've just heard you say a couple of times now since the break, do you do an assessment before you would purchase that water, or do you just look afterwards, which is what Senator Davies hearing from the conversation? But they don't know where the water's coming from yet. But that's why they're looking at it. Like, well, I'm not understanding the... They're purchasing 70 gigs of water on the one hand here. They don't know yet because they haven't finalised the process. And then they're underway talking to people about another potentially, 100 gigs, but in 20 gig parcels when they haven't finished this. But surely, and I think the question is, are you looking at these things? Because Senator Davies is not hearing what I'm hearing. So I think it's important that, that we answer the question and make sure that she's comfortable that you do, and I'm hearing it, but obviously Senator Davies isn't, that you're actually very clear on where the water will be coming from before you make that decision.
And in addition, my colleague was explaining that we're looking in advance at the cumulative impact of... So you know where the water purchases are coming from?
It's a voluntary water purchase program.
So you don't know where the water purchases are.
So one of the key features, it's important that they're willing participants, and that's...
That's really not her point. That's really not her point. No. It's Ms O'Connell, can you help us out here?
Absolutely. So it looks in advance. First of all, I go back to the regulatory impact statement that looked at implementing the whole of the Basin plan. Then in terms of meeting our regulatory requirements to look at impacts prior to releasing tender arrangements, the cumulative impact of 170 gigalitres was looked at, which is exactly what my colleague is saying. I think the other thing to bear really strongly in mind, we're happy to talk about this, is not all impacts in the basin are as a result of water purchase. There are many more factors that impact in terms of socioeconomic outcomes in the basin than just water impacts. And there's plenty of ABARES modelling, etc., that goes to that. It is certainly a component, but it is not the component in terms of reflecting impacts in the basin. I mean, you've got prices, you've got all sorts for commodities, there are all sorts of other things. There are trends in individual industries that may have nothing to do with water purchasing. It certainly is a component, but only a component.
I was going to say, can I just interrupt for 1 second, and I might take us backwards slightly because it might help clear this up. You touched on that obviously the expression of interest process is voluntary. Are you then using, I guess, that data, so the responses that you're getting, and I don't know whether you can provide that to us today or whether it needs to be taken on notice, but the number of responses that you've had to those EOIs, so I'm assuming that gives you a picture of where it could potentially come from because you know whether people are saying yes or no. And then, you know, I guess you will have a general feel on which communities are going to be more likely for water to come out of than not. Is that what you're using in, I guess, the predictions that you're making and projections?
So we did have a discussion about the distribution, and it is the advice we provided says that the EOIs received reflect a spread across the Southern Basin, but for confidentiality reasons, I don't think we can disclose exactly where and what those are.
Tender responses through usual procurement processes are held as confidential before, during and after. It's only the outcomes, which is the contracts.
Could we get a number of how many responses you've had? Like just not where, but...
We'll have to just check with our probity advisor and come back
and take that
on notice.
We have said it's a very small number of responses.
But I guess that sort of goes, I think, to what Senator Davey is sort of getting at, is if it is a small number, it is hard to then predict. Because if you had everyone in, and I think this is the sort of point you're trying to make, is if you've got everyone in one particular spot for 100 gigalitres to come out from one, that's going to be problematic for that particular region. And so I guess what safeguards are being put in place that doesn't occur?
Could I perhaps try and explain a couple of things that we have done in the program design element of the purchasing programs to help keep up with that staged and steady approach, but also be alive to the feedback we got through the framework. So I will go back to the 70 and I will try and be brief. The 70 gigalitre program we call the Selected Catchments Open Tender. Now that was a very specific tender that highlighted a number of what we call water right types that were targeted for that tender. Now we specifically chose water right types and excluded areas with high concentration of IIO customers where we could. In some instances we couldn't. But we chose those particular areas because the water right types were valuable to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, were already held in large volumes by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, and that pattern of recovery that you could achieve through 70 gigalitres is aligned to some extent with the modelling with ABARES. So if you remember, my colleague mentioned that ABARES modelling assumes that the proportions within the TEW holdings will continue to grow in future purchasing processes in the way it did in the past. Now that's a valid assumption.
Modelling publicly available?
Yes.
That's a valid approach to take in many respects, because if you have a look at annual trading volumes for different water right types, the ones where the trading volumes are quite large, so there's a lot of private trade happening every year, tends to align with where the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder historically has recovered more water, because that makes sense. So the 70 gigalitre only had 13 water right types in scope. It wasn't an open slather, if that makes sense. And so with the water recovery that we can do through that tender, it is quite specific to those areas. We did also commit in the ATM that, so the approach to market that went out with the 70 gigalitre tender, that where possible we would maintain a balance between basin states, between catchments, as best we could, given it is a pool of willing sellers, so we're limited to people who are willing to sell, and balance that impact as best we could. Equally, this is an ongoing process, and every time we do move through the purchasing process, that will inform the design of the next purchasing program. So referring to EOI 1, which is currently under evaluation, as the outcomes emerge from the 70 gigalitre and anything potential out of EOI 2, that will inform the design EOI1.
And I think that's where the concern from the community is, because the 70 gigalitres has not been finalised, but we've moved on to already progressing EOI2, and you've got EOI1 sitting there almost ready to progress, and people are sort of like, finish one block of work first, tell us the results of that, then you can progress to the next block of work and tell us that, because then people can have confidence that you actually have looked at where you've got the water and potentially what impacts that may have. But at the moment you can't tell us where you've got the water from, because you don't know, because you're still working through the process of the 70 gigs, but you're going ahead to purchase, to progress large purchases from what sounds like predominantly corporate interests, which could be agricultural or what they call water investors, could be a portfolio, could be from a single holding, we don't know. So how can you tell us that you've done the work on the impact of the 70 gigs prior to progressing the next one? And I take, Ms O'Connell, I understand you've published your strategy, you're steady and staged, but I think everyone who read that strategy thought it would be block by block. I don't think anyone expected there to be an overlap.
I think the meaningful test, Senator, and officials can add is, are the socioeconomic impacts being considered, and is there a response to support communities through any transition that might be necessary? And I think all of the evidence that's being put before you is that both of those tests are being met. The government is doing the analysis, and officials have talked to you in some detail about the way that they approach that, and it's available for your review online. I'm sure you have read it already, Senator Davey, and you might have some specific questions about the analysis. But it's also the case that the work to support communities is also underway through the program arrangements with the relevant basin states to ensure that, to the extent that there is an impact, we are in a position to address it and to work with communities. Ms O'Connell makes the additional relevant analytic point that we know this is not the only thing that's affecting regional Australia. There are lots of pressures that bear down on regional Australia. We're acutely aware of those more generally as a government. This isn't the portfolio that is addressing those, but if you went, of course, into the infrastructure hearing or the community affairs hearing or the agriculture hearings, you would also be able to talk with my colleagues and with officials about the very wide range of work that's going on in agricultural communities to support them through, what is there are a quite wide range of pressures well beyond anything that's happening at a program level here, and indeed the analysis bears much of that out.
I think
should we take a little break from that?
very much understand what is impacting regional communities, and I do understand that it is not purely water, but I also understand that if you go to any irrigation community within the Murray-Darling Basin, water is the first thing they will raise, and they are very concerned. They want to be reassured. I'm happy to talk about the Sustainable Communities program while we've got Mr Coates at the desk.
I was going to do a little rotation.
Okay. You just don't like me having the floor.
Oh, Senator Davey, if you added up all the minutes you get from 9 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. at night on this particular committee, I don't think that would be a fair comment by any stretch of anybody's imagination. Senator Darmody.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the Milingimbi water supply upgrade, if I could. Yep, keep going. Just, I guess, to start with, I understand, can I confirm that, or how much money has been committed towards the Milingimbi water security strategy? It's a combination of state and... Commonwealth Government, I think. Territory, I should say.
So, Senator, our official, Mark Darragh, is coming to the table to answer that question.
Senator Mark Darragh, branch head of the National Water Grid. The Milingimbi Water Security Strategy construction project is an $11.4 million project with an Australian government contribution of $6.4 million. The package will undertake design and construction across 3 locations on Milingimbi Island to increase water supply. It'll equip 2 existing bores and construct an associated pipeline and drill and equip 4 new production bores and up to 6 monitoring bores. It's expected to be completed early this year.
Early this year. Okay. And when was the funding committed?
The funding was committed, just bear with me.
And just while Mark's getting that information, I'll just add to his response that this investment is expected to, or will enable the development of 32 new homes and the extension of 32 other existing homes.
32 new and 32 existing.
32 existing homes.
And how can you just explain that a bit more? Like, how does it contribute to the...
So one of the critical needs for homes is quality of water and security of water, so more homes can be built and more community can live in the township. And so that's what providing more reliable water will help with housing.
Great,
it's connection with housing.
So, Senator, and it is part of a program that is about First Nations water infrastructure to provide basically water infrastructure to First Nations remote communities, and it's one of quite a number of projects to seek to deliver that program. I think my colleague's got the answer to the question.
Yes, Senator. The project was announced on the 27th of July 2023. Okay. It was contracted with the Northern Territory on the 24th of August 2023.
Okay.
Construction commenced in August 2024.
Okay, thanks. So about how many members of the community will it benefit in terms of, I guess, housing and more broadly? Senator,
I may need to take that on. I may need to take that on notice. That level of detail.
Okay. What sort of problems outside of access to housing is this project seeking to address?
The program,
like more specifically,
or this project?
This one in particular, but more broadly as well. If you talked about other programs of a similar nature in terms of access to water for First Nations.
Yes, so Senator, there's a lot of communities that don't have access to clean drinking water at all. For example, we've just completed the Eager Water project in South Australia, and that project has equipped some new bores. Before that, it was all contaminated water. The project is not only providing safe and reliable drinking water for the people that live there, but it's also providing an economic opportunity in that community and area as well. As there's tourism experiences and the like too, but the $150 million funding stream within the National Water Grid Fund for First Nations water infrastructure was announced 2 years ago, and it's almost entirely committed. That level of funding. While there was 150 committed, the projects that we're talking about are projects that can be funded within the general National Water Grid Fund as well.
Okay.
So all up, you know, Senator, it's about providing what most people would think is something that every community has, i.e. access to water.
Right.
So the total number of projects go to deliver and ensure water for 95 communities around Australia, and will benefit about 25,000 people who live in those communities through access to safe, reliable drinking water.
Yeah.
And so I'd just also add one of the other benefits of the program is to allow, we have 2 projects that will allow First Nations people to stay on country whilst they're undergoing dialysis treatment. So that project is one of those projects is Entitlements in the Northern Territory, and there's another project in Western Australia that will allow that as well.
So that's quite fundamental, really, not just this project, but what did you say, 95 communities?
Yeah, it's 25,000 people.
Yeah, so quite life-changing, really.
Yep.
Economic, health, housing.
Yep.
Almost all indicators rely on,
first
of all, having safe, reliable water.
Yep. So do you have any feedback to share from either, my questions were about this particular project or more generally in terms of these upgrades?
So, Senator, it's early days in terms of the projects being completed, but the funding has been welcomed. There's stakeholders that have identified that there's still a big deficit in terms of the money that needs to be spent. But certainly what we've seen with the jurisdictions working with us on this, and it is a state responsibility to provide the safe water, but the jurisdictions have lifted their games in terms of auditing the water quality, the communities, and identifying projects that we could invest in.
Mm-hmm. So would you say that the kind of Commonwealth commitment has perhaps uplifted the states to be a bit more proactive in what they're doing in terms of looking at opportunities and where?
Absolutely. I would say that for First Nations water infrastructure, I'd say it across the board for the National Water Grid Fund, that the funding being made available by the Commonwealth has really encouraged the states to plan their water infrastructure investments better, work with us closely on developing the evidence base, and identify projects that are both have economic and social outcomes.
Yeah. And so just in terms of the eligibility for funding under the National Water Grid, has that always been the case?
The National Water Grid Fund objectives were broadened, the remit was broadened in October 2022.
Okay.
To specifically amend them to incorporate First Nations water infrastructure.
Okay. That's right, Senator. So that was a priority for the government because we were aware of the need in these communities. We are also conscious, as the official has said, that principally these are the responsibility of states and territories, but we do think that by making these contributions we are able to engage constructively in an area of very high community need.
So fundamentally that's changed since the change of government. There's been more access for First Nations people and quality water, really. Maybe you don't need to answer that.
Talk to that, yeah.
Indeed, Senator Darmanin, that is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so in terms of other water security projects, you said that, so this one is finishing quite soon, but sounds like a lot more in the pipeline due to be completed over the next, what time frame?
Yeah, so we've allocated $130 million to 26 projects. And those will be delivered over the next the next 2 to 3 years. These projects are not simple. They require a lot of consultation with community members. Yeah. It's not the case, and I may have mentioned it previously at this committee, but if you go and you look at some projects that were done in the 70s and 80s in these communities, and you see infrastructure running, straight across sacred ground, the approach that we're taking is ensuring that communities through the jurisdictions are involved in selecting the outcome that they want, and then involved in the solution as well.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
I just have one thing to follow up on before we go back to colleagues at the other end of the table. Mr McConville, we were talking about the 5-year review and the fact this is the first time the socioeconomic element will be brought in, and you suggest that Mr Coleman will walk through that with us. Sure. I would really like to hear that.
I'll ask Dr Coleman to come up, Senator. Thank you. He fantastically thought he'd escaped, Senator, but sadly not.
Thank you, Dr Coleman.
Thank you, Senator. So under the Basin Plan evaluation, one of the key questions we have to answer through that evaluation is the impacts of the Basin Plan on the social and economic outcomes across the basin. So in support of that work, we've initiated some studies through our Sustainable Rivers Audit and our Basin Condition Monitoring Program. And so what these studies are doing is they are looking back over the last few decades, back into the 1990s through to 2022, looking at what the social and economic trends across the basin have been at the local government area scale. And then, in addition to that, we've then also looked since 2008 how the Basin Plan has influenced those social and economic outcomes, with a particular eye towards the outcomes that were anticipated to occur under the regulatory impact statement in 2012. So that's been our guiding piece of work of what the outcomes or what the impacts of the Basin Plan were anticipated to be when it was brought into being. So we've been looking at the social and economic fabric of the basin through a bunch of social and economic indicators. Those are related to themes such as the general economy of the basin, the agricultural economy of the basin, the health and well-being of communities. We have a range of indicators under these different themes. We've been looking at how the condition of these indicators have trended over recent decades, what the Basin Plan has contributed to those indicators, and also where we think they'll be trending into the future, where water is one driver amongst many of all the various different pressures and drivers that are influencing the social and economic fabric. We've been trying to disentangle what the influence of water is as one driver amongst many. That work will be published mid this year through the Sustainable Rivers Audit and the Basin Plan evaluation.
Cool. Thank you very much. So how come this is the first time that socioeconomic is going into the review?
So previous Basin Plan evaluations have looked at social economics, but they haven't looked at it to this extent and this depth. So we've invested quite a lot of money and also quite a lot of effort into our social economic studies this time, and we've been able to do that because we've had commitments of funding from different governments through the Basin Condition Monitoring Program and the Sustainable Rivers Audits. We've been able to make sure that we take that funding and invest it with an eye towards the needs of the Basin Plan evaluation.
I think it's also, Senator, that, we've had more time now. We've had the Basin Plan running for 10 years, so you're starting to build that body of evidence that allows us to understand that. And it is important to understand one part is looking at the state and health of the basin. The second question, which is a very important one as well, is then what is the contribution of the Basin Plan to that state of the basin? So in some instances, we might see a particular status of a community, but whether that is a direct result of the Basin Plan or whether that is a set of broader factors at play, it's important that we understand both. And that's why we have both the Sustainable Rivers Audit, which is looking at the state of the basin, and then the evaluation, which is the contribution of the Basin Plan to that state, if that makes sense.
Do you think it will help, obviously the Murray-Darling Basin and the plan and water in general for an excruciatingly lengthy period of time has been quite a contentious issue in this country. Do you feel, she says understating it significantly.
Not just in Australia either.
Right. But this is our concern as Australia. Do you think it's an indicator of a greater level of maturity as working through the plan? I have anxieties about what's going to happen to the, in the next iteration, depending on a whole range of factors, not least of all results of elections and such like, both state and federal and everything. Like what the combo.
She has no faith in my capabilities.
You said it, not me.
Yes.
So I guess what I'm looking at is this an indicator that we're seeing a greater level of maturity in terms of understanding the full total odds? I have my sort of Pollyanna head on and I'm going, we're all going to come together and come up with an excellent plan for the next iteration. So I guess I'm wondering, are you seeing the development and I know you've said it's because we've been at it a long time and, things, but are we seeing a maturing in people's perspectives on the Murray?
Yes, Senator. So look, I might start and then Dr. Coleman can add. I spend about 50% of my time out in the basin with communities, and there is not a single community that I come across, a single person that I speak to that says we don't need a basin plan. We can debate the content of the plan, but no one is saying do away with the basin plan. And there is a very strong commitment to achieving a sustainable environment for the basin. That's universal. Of course, the difference then becomes how you might get to that point. The second point I would make is that yes, we do know a lot more now than we did 12 years ago when the Basin Plan was put in place, and that is why we have the statutory review process. And the opportunity for the Basin Plan review, and I'm sure that will be a topic of much discussion between now and the end of 2026, is to take that knowledge and say, well, how do we then nuance the Basin Plan in a way that brings a broad range of both knowledge and tools to the table. When the Basin Plan was implemented back in 2012, we had come out at the back end of the Millennium Drought and things were pretty grim. And so the approach was we had to do, if you like, fairly radical surgery. We now are able to bring, I think, more tools to the table, so whether that be integrated catchment management techniques, for example, whether that be the incorporation of much more First Nations science and knowledge, whether that be looking to simplify the Basin Plan. I mean, these are all the themes that we've laid out that we need to undertake. And we're not developing a new Basin Plan. The Basin Plan continues and rolls on. It's about how do we sort of change and nuance in order to do that. So I do think that we are much better placed. It would certainly help if it doesn't get dry between now and the end of 2026 because that makes it more challenging. But I think there is a very shared sense of intent and purpose amongst Commonwealth agencies, state and the community to bring all of that knowledge to bear in how we look at the Basin Plan going forward, and that's why we have the review.
Thanks, Andrew. Just a couple of things. I think that for us, a major driving piece of work for our social economic work is the Sefton review from 2020. And so there's two main pieces of advice that we've taken out of that. The first is the need to have a multiple lines of evidence approach, so the need to combine economic modelling, econometric work with the lived experience of people on ground, and so to bring these lines of evidence together. They both have value and they both complement each other. And then the other main learning we've taken out of the Sefton review is the need to not just look at economic indicators such as gross value of irrigated ag and so on, but to look at a broad range of indicators across the social and economic fabric. So to look at not just economic indicators, but to also look at some of those direct economic outcomes of the Basin Plan, such as impacts on tourism, also to look at impacts on mental health, to look at population dynamics, so to broaden our expanse beyond just pure economic indicators tied to water.
Can I just
yeah, of course.
point out well, this isn't the first time the MDBA has done social and economic work.
That's correct.
What has happened to the extensive work that was done around 2014 by the MDBA? Phil Townsend led the piece, and it resulted in some very good interactive maps on the website that actually identified certain impacts and indicators, and would have set the groundwork for a very, very good, consistent reporting, but seemed to have been disappeared somewhere along the way. And are we starting from scratch, or are we going back to that sound work to feed into a modern estimation of where we're at?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we aren't starting from scratch. After the Sefton review came out, we had a look at that work that was led by Phil Townsend from 2014 through to 2017, I think. The great value of that work is that it connected with communities, and so it involved a lot of on-ground stakeholder engagement. We were able to, the people that Phil talked to, a lot of them were happy to share their data, which was then used in the analysis, so that meant that we were able to build a story of the social economic fabric of the basin with a lot of colour and texture to it, and so it spoke to the local community. We've taken that work, we're now building on that by increasing a lot of the analytical depth, and so we've drawn on a lot of data sets that we weren't able to draw on at the time, so through the ABS and the ATO, which allows us to get a much fuller picture of the broad economy of the basin, not just the irrigated economy. And so we are building on that work by looking across the broad social and economic fabric.
And then trying to overlay that, Senator, obviously with the lived experience, so the consultation processes that we're mapping out for the Basin Plan Review, making sure that we provide plenty of opportunity for both feedback in terms of obviously our early thinking, the early insights paper into the discussion paper and the like, but also in the consultation of when we move into the review proper next year.
Can I go
we can
back,
rotate
or are
the
you...
call to Senator Bligh, maybe. She's had about 10 minutes in the whole morning.
Anyway.
We'll
you
keep
just
going.
mean I'm saving up.
We're Team South Australia today.
That's right. As long as you like, Senator Bligh.
This is the Senate working the way the Senate should.
See it?
It actually is. So I'm going to move to the Sustainable Communities Program, and not to sort of offend my New South Wales colleague, but looking at that program, $175 million has been allocated to New South Wales, whereas it looks like at the moment the other jurisdictions, no programs have been announced or any sort of funding. So I guess there's 125 million of that 300 million still remaining. Where are we up to with other jurisdictions and the allocation of the remaining 125 million?
Sure, I can speak to that. And just one point of clarification, the agreement with New South Wales was for 160 out of the 300 million that was announced.
Okay.
The additional funding on top of that gets you to the 176, that's additional state delivery costs, so that hasn't come out of the $300 million that was announced for...
Where does that come from then? Sorry.
No, go.
Because the 16 million, where does that come from? Is that departmental resourcing or like...
It also comes out of the WESA account,
but just not that 300.
Yeah, the 300 is quarantined for direct investment into community.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry. So the 300 million, as you rightly point out, a funding agreement was announced with New South Wales in December of last year. We've been in negotiations and discussions with other states about signing up funding agreements in those jurisdictions. The way the program was set up was to provide some flexibility between jurisdictions and also to reflect the different rollout of the other programs under the 450 framework. So we're working through with other jurisdictions and those will be announced in due course.
How far off, particularly South Australia? Do you have an inclination?
I wouldn't want to speculate on the timing of that.
Okay. Do we know how much will be allocated to the other jurisdictions, given that more than half has been allocated to one state?
Yeah, what I can say about the distribution of the 300, obviously to open that program and to provide some funding certainty, we do have to make some assumptions about the distribution between the states. So in the negotiations, we've broken that up based on essentially where water is available to be recovered. I think we had a discussion earlier that the trading strategy doesn't set fixed targets in different catchments or jurisdictions, so we've had to make some assumptions, but within the funding agreement, you can see the New South Wales one, for instance, is published, and we'd be putting similar clauses in those for other jurisdictions. There's a midpoint review there to track the progress of the Commonwealth's water recovery programs and reflect that back in any implications that has for the rollout of the Sustainable Communities program against those assumptions we've made at the outset.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I'll move to, sorry, I'm just going to, maybe the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism projects.
Senator, we'll just get the...
Yeah, sure. Sorry, this one's a funny one, isn't it, that we jump around. So.
Sorry. Senator?
Fantastic. So I guess, are you able to give an update as to the progress of these projects? Just a broad.
So, yeah, Senator. So the last update was around the independent assessment that was taken in the middle of last year. That indicated that 13 projects have been completed. There's of the remaining 22 projects, 10 are likely to be delivered in full, 4 in part, and 8 need to be continually looked at and considered, may not be delivered. Since then, Basin ministers considered that report and agreed to continue to progress those projects, as well as the Basin Officials Committee has considered new proposals from Basin states on those projects. So if there was any, in terms of general progress, I could ask Ms Winter to comment, but we'd need to talk about particular projects rather than more broadly based.
Yeah, sure. And I guess, so looking at that and looking at the deadline of the 31st of December 2027, which is when everything's supposed to be operational under the legislation, are you expecting to see a shortfall?
Senator, I might refer that to the Murray-Darling Basin.
Yeah, certainly.
Who do a regular assessment as to the shortfall. I'd just also mention that the independent assessment that my colleague, Mr Dadswell, spoke about is publicly available and outlines the 36 projects, etc., those that are complete, likely, being full or in part, or unlikely. But I'll hand now to
Senator,
Mr.
thank you.
McConville.
And yeah, it is the task of the MDBA. We will be required to do a reconciliation at the end of 2026. Our most recent estimate, which was prior to the government's report of last year, indicated that there would be a shortfall of somewhere between 190 and 315 gigalitres. And whilst there is more time, we would expect that there will be a shortfall and a reconciliation will be required.
Okay. And so that's, and forgive me because I'm not an expert in in water, but so that's where the government's going to have to go into the marketplace to make up for that shortfall? Is that what?
I will get Ms Winter to explain the process, Senator, in terms of what happens when the MDBA does its reconciliation. Megan?
Megan Winter, General Manager, Basin Plan Implementation at the MDBA. So the deadline is the 31st of December 2026. And at that point in time, the MDBA will provide a determination to the Commonwealth Minister that will adjust the SDLs and will increase the water recovery target. It will then be up to the Commonwealth Government how they pursue that target.
Okay, but it's reasonable to assume that the government of the day will need to purchase that water?
I don't think we could
Or
assume
make up the
otherwise.
shortfall?
Senator, that would be for the government of the day.
Okay.
Yep, and it is recognised as a shortfall. I'd also say, Senator, that the new legislation, as well as giving more time for these projects to complete, it has also allowed for new projects to be brought forward by jurisdictions and easier steps for amending existing projects, and there are some deadlines for those too. So there is still work actively being done on looking at other opportunities as well.
Okay. Yeah. If there was an extension and looking at, I guess, the cost of all of these projects in terms of what we're looking to get into the system, is there an indicative cost? So I guess, the deadline is sort of not quite 2 years away, it's just under that. Has the department made any provisions to sort of go to government and say, look, this is the shortfall, this is what we think it will cost, this is the time extension we would need?
Well, Senator, the deadline of end of 2026 is the new deadline after the legislative change to give 2 more years.
Okay.
So there has been 2 more years given.
Yep.
And it's important that the projects progress. Yes.
But we're still projecting a shortfall even after that 2-year extension. Is that? Am I understanding?
Senator, we do believe that a reconciliation will be required because there will be a shortfall.
Okay. And like I said, is there an indicative cost to that shortfall? Because if we're going to need another extension, which is, if it's not just buying it out of the system, do we have, or is that not something the department's looked at?
I think, Senator, the focus at the moment is to minimise that shortfall.
Sure. Yep,
so
of
the
course,
legislation allows for new projects to be notified and brought forward. I know my jurisdictional basin official colleagues are looking at new and potential projects with a view to minimising that shortfall. I think it's fair to reflect that most people would suggest that there is going to be some form of shortfall.
Yep.
But the opportunity is here now in terms of the more time to deliver on those projects to reduce it, and opportunities for new projects to be notified that again would seek to reduce it. So all efforts at the moment are focused on reducing that shortfall.
Fantastic. That's all of my questions on those areas, so I'm happy to rotate the call, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Just on that, have any new projects been submitted to date? You did say a lot of work is going into it, but just out of interest?
It's the Basin Officials Committee, so the Basin states together decide on whether a new project can be added into the SIDLAM scheme.
Yep.
At the moment, they're all undergoing technical feasibility assessments, and so that's still underway.
So there's definitely work underway, however.
Senator, absolutely. I chair the Basin Officials Committee. There is work underway. Clearly, we want to road test the projects to make sure they do deliver a water recovery and that they stack up. So that process is actively underway. And in fact, in our last meeting, we were looking at one potential project. We have not yet notified any new projects officially yet because they just need to go through this process for everyone to agree that it will count.
How often does the Basin Officials Committee meet?
We have made a decision, in fact, just at our last meeting, which I think was just over a week ago, 20th of February, that we will convene out of session as required while we have this deadline for notification of new projects, and that we will be available to make decisions and meet whenever required. And that was unanimously agreed by all of us at our last meeting. So we're not going to sort of set dates and say, unless you come to that date at that time, it's all over. We have a regular schedule of meetings, but we've signalled we will convene to discuss projects as and when they are ready to be put to us for consideration.
And how often are your regular scheduled meetings?
We meet, at the moment, we meet with a schedule of 5 times a year that we have set out. But look, when I reflect that we held a meeting on the 20th of February, that wasn't one of our scheduled meetings.
That was an out of session.
That was an out of session. So we do convene as and when required.
And how often does the Ministerial Council meet?
Well, the Ministerial Council met the middle of last calendar year, so the middle of 2024.
That was the 2-hour meeting, was it? The one hour on Basin Ministers and 1 hour on National Water Agreement?
Senator, there was a National Water Ministers meeting. It was the first of the National Water Ministers meeting for quite some time. There hadn't been a National Water Ministers meeting until middle of last year. And there was also a Basin Ministerial Council meeting, so one followed the other on the same day.
And since May 2022, since this government, how many Basin Ministerial Council meetings have been held?
My recollection is three, Minister. There was one in late 2022, but I'll take that on notice and get you the exact dates. Yes.
So on average once a year?
Significantly more frequently than under the previous government, Minister.
I'm not sure about that, but I'll let you take that on notice. That's fine. I do want to ask about, just going back to all of the water purchasing programs that are underway at the moment, can I just ask the timelines? So with the 70 gigalitre purchasing, when are we expecting to have that finalised?
Senator, we'll get the officials to the table to cover that. We might start with just the timeline of when it opened, when it closed, which was fine. September last year.
Yep.
And then, and we've already given evidence that we've already had a number of rounds of offers made, but I'll hand to my colleague.
Christine McRae. So in the trading strategy for the 70 gigalitre, we do say yes, we've started accepting offers. We will start publishing on AusTender within the 42-day timeframe from the first time that a contract was exchanged. So every time a contract's exchanged, there's a 42-day timeline when we will publish on AusTender. And we will do that periodically from time to time.
So when are you expecting to have all the contracts signed?
All the contracts signed and exchanged. Because it does rely on third parties, of course, we can't speak for their time commitments, but the trading strategy does speak to our intent to try and have it done by July 2025.
By July. So with the 100 gigalitre, which is, if it's packages of over 20 gigalitres, you'll have a maximum of 5 contracts, but it could be less if people are doing more. When do you expect to have those offers and contracts finalised?
I think because that is an ongoing procurement process, I think it's difficult for us to make comments there without jeopardising confidentiality of the procurement process we're working through. But we do in the trading strategy say that we will start the program in February, we're in February, and that there may be several rounds throughout 2025 of how we progress with those large portfolio holders, and there may be different approaches depending on different circumstances.
Right. So with the 70, and AWEP is being purchased through a completely separate program that's not via tender or expressions of interest, that is via water market intermediaries on the open market?
Well, Senator, we're happy to talk to you about that separately, and I think,
Okay. I'm just wondering, given we are staring down the barrel of an election, with the 70 gigs and with the 100 gigs, can work on contracts continue once we enter caretaker period?
Senator, we've got very specific advice on what we will and won't do once caretaker takes place. We're happy to sort of step you through that in broad as to where things are up to. In the broad, and that's advice from Australian Government Solicitor too, because it all goes to contracting.
But essentially, when caretaker kicks in you'll follow exactly the same process as you followed every other single election we
I'm not trying to...
just to be clear.
Yes, I'm not...
We'll step you through.
Thank you. So as Lynn said...
And of course, we don't know when caretaker will be.
No, we don't. And that's why I'm... And I understand that I'm interested in the factual advice.
Yep.
Yeah.
So during caretaker period, based on advice from the Australian Government Solicitor and also giving consideration to the caretaker guidance, we will pause all activities other than settling contracts that have been exchanged before we enter into caretaker.
So where there's an exchange, which means there's a contract in place,
yes,
we will proceed to do settlement as you ordinarily would, but we will not enter into new...
We will not make any new offers. We will not continue to exchange. We will not make funding decisions about water purchase.
That follows very much onto how I thought that it would proceed. So that is fine. Leah asked about... I want to come to the constraints roadmap. Mr McConville, I'm sure this is...
a topic close to my heart, Senator.
Yes. And I do note, actually, I have just found today, if I can get it up, there was an announcement. Sorry. I had it here. There's a work going on in my area, in the Mid-Murray, around Kundruk, Paracuta, and on a Sidland project. It's actually commenced. Mid-Murray, Anna Branch, Kundruk, Paracuta forest projects are underway, and also a project to improve planned water releases in the Tupple and Bullatale creeks, which I believe is part of a constraints. So that's good news.
Yes, it is, Senator. I'm happy to talk further about that if you'd like.
We'll get to that. With the constraints roadmap, one thing I do want to ask about, the roadmap states, and it's on page 35, that the flow rates that were proposed for these river reaches in 2013 in the constraints management strategy were conceptual and lacked community support. Can you talk us through that observation?
I might ask Ms Hickey, a good Senator.
Yeah, Ms Jackie Hickey, Executive Director at the MDBA. Thank you for the question, Senator Davey. It's been some time since constraints relaxation was identified as a key activity to reconnect our rivers to the floodplains and get some of those important floodplain outcomes. At the time of the constraints management strategy back in 2013, it was still early days in our conceptual understanding of how we might achieve this. As you know, that the River Murray and its connected tributaries are very long, very large, very complex. Since then, there has been investment into a range of business cases to better understand how to get water onto the floodplain, where it might go, what is the private estate that would be impacted for the benefit of watering the public estate. And as a result of that, we now have better inundation maps, better models, a better understanding of the extent of the community and landowners that would need to be engaged around the project. At the end of the day, the decision to invest in any type of project from any government does come down to a comprehensive assessment of value for money. So you do need to weigh up what the benefits are in respect to those costs. Some of the costs that would come into a constraints relaxation project don't include, for example, infrastructure improvements, raising bridges and crossings. It might also be easements or agreements with landowners, permissions to inundate. So I guess as a result of all the understanding of the work that had happened since 2013 and the extensive consultation that we did with the states running those projects and the communities and those and through the state networks, those impacted stakeholders, that's where we landed with our conclusion.
You mentioned easements, and I just want to clarify, because I've heard a lot of feedback about what easements mean when it comes to constraints management. Now, I appreciate that easement agreements have to be between state governments and the landholders, but in the view of the MDBA, are we talking like an easement agreement which is very much akin to if you buy a house, say in the suburb of Hughes in Canberra, there's potentially an easement for a sewer pipe under that house, doesn't restrict what you can grow in your garden, doesn't restrict how you know, that is your house and land, but there's just an ability for contractors to come on to conduct maintenance on the sewer. That it's an easement for access. What we're talking about when it comes to constraints management is an easement whereby there's a negotiation for permission to utilise that land with agreement at certain times.
Yes, Senator, as you've identified, easements are one of many tools that are available to enable governments to have permission to deliberately regulate water onto larger parts of the floodplain. Easements are not uncommon. They are used for a whole range of purposes, and I imagine they have a whole range of different nuances. These are the things that need to be worked through if constraints relaxation is pursued. It is being pursued, for example, in the Murrumbidgee. We've still got some work to do as set out in the roadmap for the Murray and the Goulburn.
Back to the roadmap, it does say that the MDBA will no longer be pursuing the 80,000 meg a day as an operational target for the Murray at the South Australian border. Have the models been adjusted to reflect a new operational target, given that the relaxed constraints model, which establishes the whole reason for the 450, was based on reaching those targets? Have we wound it back to what is a realistic operational target to see whether it is still the 450 is still the 450, or is the 450 potentially, because we're not now aiming to flood large stretches of river, notwithstanding that Mother Nature will do whatever Mother Nature wants to do, but we're talking about operational water releases.
Yes, thank you, Senator. What I can say is what's in the roadmap is what MDBA was requested to do, which is put forward a pathway forward to complete constraints relaxation across the system. The next steps for that are still being contemplated, my understanding, by the collective governments. So until we get clarity of I guess, how to move forward on some of these findings in the roadmap, we are still operating under the original assumptions. That being said, I do know as part of the lead up to the Basin Plan review, one of the tasks is making sure that our models are updated to reflect what's currently happening. I would like to take this opportunity to say that the target of 80,000 megalitres per day at the SA border, as you know, Senator, it's delivery of water on the floodplain under relaxed constraints is about achieving a whole range of flows. It's not about achieving a target of 80,000 at the SA border. However, it's a pretty complex system, complex project, and a lot of people hook themselves on to that 80,000 target. But more importantly, it's about connecting flows out of the Goulburn, out of the Murrumbidgee, out of the Murray at a whole range of different levels, which gets us onto the floodplain, and the benefits are particularly important for the lower parts of the floodplain, and they are below the 80,000 as well.
I think also, Senator, the sort of flow rates that we've recommended for further investigation are those at which we think environmental outcomes on the floodplain start to materially increase whilst not increasing the risk to community. So that was the lens that we took to it. Separate decision entirely for governments as to how they want to respond to that, but that was the task that we were given.
Yes, and there's no doubt that the 80,000 mega day at South Australia does require coordination of multiple river systems, and utopias circumstances are not. It's very rarely that the stars align in a way that you can turn on all those multiple river systems to have that perfect flow.
I think the point there also, Senator, is, I mean, significant outcomes can be achieved sort of absent of those planets aligning, to use your term there, with constraints. And I think that's, we've tried to look at not just flow rates, but what else needs to happen in the context of addressing constraints to ensure that you get that connectivity to the floodplain.
So how does that work, and the realisation that the original targets are not necessarily realistic in achieving, how does that fit into the reconciliation that we were discussing earlier? Does it fit into the reconciliation at all, or is this, we've done this body of work but the reconciliation is still going to be based on the original targets?
Senator, the reconciliation will be conducted at the end of 26 in terms of work that has obviously been completed by them. When we look at the roadmap for constraints implementation, there won't be a point of significant outcomes by the point of reconciliation for constraints as they're currently structured under CIDLAM.
So we're still looking at a model that has flow targets that are potentially above what we now accept can be achieved.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Senator.
Well, for the Basin Plan model, there was a series of flow targets sort of plugged into the model, and we want to make sure that those flow targets reflect what is realistic operating conditions or current operating rules, and not what we would like the operating conditions and operating rules to be.
I might get Ms Winter to comment, Senator, in terms of CIDLAM.
For the purposes of CIDLAM reconciliation, it's a comparative model, so we compare back to the 2012 modelling, and we only add in at 2026 the projects that are fully complete. So if the constraints projects are not fully complete, they will not be built into the model for CIDLAM reconciliation.
So, but that 2012 modelling, the concern is that some of that 2012 modelling had flow targets that were to deliver at flow rates over and above operational conditions, and the answer at the time was because we're going to manage constraints and we'll get there. We've now had a body of work that says, well, we're not going to get there. So are those 2012 flow targets right, or should they be adjusted back because we've now, it was meant to be an adaptive plan. That's what Craig Knowles told us. Hello, Craig, if you're watching. Long time. But it was meant to be an adaptive plan, and if we can't adapt the baseline to reflect what we know now is realistic operational conditions, then it does bring into question what, whether are we still evaluating to achieve a utopia that we know we can't achieve?
There are two separate modelling processes that are going on at the same time. So the CIDLAM reconciliation looks at what projects have been complete and compares back to 2012. But at the same time, we're also working on the Basin Plan review. So at the moment, there's work underway to consider what are the relevant flow rates that we should be using in the Basin Plan of the future. And that work is underway right now in the MDBA.
Can I just add, Senator, there are a range of improvements being made to the Basin Plan review, so to speak, model that better reflects our understanding of how the system's operated, how environmental water's used. So
I'm very pleased that the review is going to incorporate all of that and incorporate new work, and that's refreshing. I am concerned that the SIDLAM reconciliation, which will determine what the shortfall might be, is going to be based on work done in 2012, when we've got this whole body of work that shows us that we can't achieve those operating conditions.
The 2017 SIDLAM determination looked at the 36 projects and what flow rates they could achieve compared to if those projects didn't exist. So in the 2012 model, those projects aren't there, and those high flow rates you're talking about aren't there either. So the 2012 model has lower flow rates, and what we're doing now is we'll build a new model with the projects that are fully complete, and we'll do a comparison back to 2012.
I'll take your word for it at the moment. I'm not convinced, but I'll take your word for it. That's me on this topic. I'm in your hands, Chair. I can wax lyrical for days.
No. This we are painfully aware of, Senator Davey. Senator Bligh, do you have anything else?
I have only got one thing, which is sort of, again, something South Australia specific, which we can cover before lunch.
Go right ahead.
If everyone is happy. So this is just looking at the Lake Horden North, which is part of the sort of Coorong area, and just in relation just to a few questions on that.
So, Senator, we have the right officials here between Dr.
Fantastic.
Banks and Mr. Johnson.
So, just having a look, the works on that were expected to commence in Q4 2024, so I assume that the works have started on that project. It looks like it's coming from the Healthy Coorong, Healthy Basin initiative. Mr. Passon, who's the member for Barker, wrote to the Minister, Minister Plibersek, looking at this particular project as to why it was part of the Healthy Basins initiative, because it's not actually part of the region. Are you able to provide some clarity on that?
Senator, maybe I can start.
Yeah,
sure.
This
is something that we covered, I think, at last estimates.
Okay.
A similar kind of question around the investment of this funding outside the basin.
Yep.
And at that time, the Healthy Coorong is about obviously Healthy Coorong, but also the broader region.
Yep.
And Lake Horden North has been, because of its really strong ecological connections to the basin, was identified, and particularly for water birds, was identified as a really good project. That was worthy of funding because it does actually support the outcomes we're trying to achieve within the basin. The project has commenced, and Mr. Johnson can provide further detail about at what stage the project is. Is that?
Yeah, Hilary Johnson, Branch Head, Environmental, Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division. So yes, the Lake Horden project is underway. There's construction happening at the moment. It's due for completion by June of this year is what we're on schedule for.
Okay.
And yeah, the works include some vegetation removal work as well as a fishway and a regulator being installed.
Okay. Sorry, I'll just grab... so I guess in terms of that vegetation removal, what was the approval process to have that vegetation removed?
I don't have that level of detail with me, but
Okay.
it would have been just the normal processes that the South Australian government would have to go through in any sort of environmental approval to undertake works, but we could take that on notice and provide you any additional detail.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much for that. So that's great. So that's underway, due to be completed in June 2025. I guess, are there any other projects that are being funded out of this particular budget that are also outside of the parameters of the, I guess, the specific region of the basin that you're aware of?
So the project is at this stage, the other two on-ground works being undertaken in the project are at Toorong and Toolkit.
Okay.
So Toorong, which is Rauken, down on Lake Alexandrina, has been completed.
Okay.
And the Toolkit wetland, which is also around the shores of the lakes, is underway and also due for completion in June of this year. Phase 2 has also been undertaken now, and that's looking at building up their business case for a long-term infrastructure solution, along with some potential remedial or additional local work to be undertaken as well. But the work plan for that, local activities haven't yet been established.
And is that the business plan that's been sort of undertaken over the last 3 years? Is that the same one?
So through the Healthy Coorong Healthy Basin phase 1 of the program,
Yep.
They looked at a long list of infrastructure solutions to look at remediating the health of the South Lagoon of the Coorong.
Yep.
That's been now whittled down to essentially 3 key options with a potential 4th option to complement those. And so through phase 2, what we're wanting to get to is, like, of those 3 major infrastructure options, what's the best one to go forward with and build the business case for that.
Okay. And I guess I will go then to the Coorong lagoon. So we had a phenomenon in June 2024 where there was a big fish kill that happened. And I guess, has the department done anything to address the issues in what caused that fish kill? And I guess that's assuming that you know. If you don't know what caused it, has there been investigations undertaken to see what did cause that?
So the information we've got is that the species affected were mulloway and black brim largely.
Yep.
And it's believed the cause of the fish death was a localised hypoxic condition, so low dissolved oxygen conditions, which is likely a combination of monosulfidic black ooze, so that's like the sediment within the lagoon itself, along with salinity and water level changes. So this is probably...
So that's the high flows that we had?
I think the fundamental part of this is that the South Lagoon has undergone, or it still remains in very poor condition, and it's reflective of, conditions over a long time. And so when you have any disturbances in a system that is of that poor condition, that's when you can see things like dissolved oxygen levels plummet or other factors that can have these impact on native fish.
Would we expect to see that after such high flows, though? Is that, like, I can understand that if we're not getting the water that we need, and South Australians were always complaining there's not enough coming through, but does that explain it, given that we had almost record, once in 100-year flows coming through?
I think that's possibly the point, Senator, is that you have a large disturbance event, and when you've got a system in poor health, even if it is something that could be largely positive and was largely positive for large parts of the lakes and for the North Lagoon of the Coorong, but it can have, we saw fish deaths in other parts of the basin as well on the back of the floods as well, so it wasn't unique just to the Coorong in that regard.
Are we seeing fish stock levels, I guess, returning to what we would call more of a healthy system, or we're obviously in a very, very dry period.
Senator, from our science program, we've had a science program going on for the last 10 years, and this is not just to the Coorong lower lakes area, but more broadly We know through the use of Commonwealth environmental water that we can get the spawning of golden perch or callop in the bottom end of the system, and that's been monitored based on the presence of larval fish and eggs, which have been shown to increase as a result of Commonwealth environmental water delivery. We've also been able to sort of improve the growth rate for the adult Murray cod population and golden perch. We've got evidence to show that that's increased again as a result of the sort of deliveries, and this is in combination with other water that's in the system. And another thing that we play a really important role through our management of flow and what we contribute to through the use of the Commonwealth's water is just improving the condition of native fish like Murray cod. And I mean, this has come through our science program, so it's shows that what we're doing in terms of contributing to flows, or how we're reducing the number of low flow days or increasing the average daily inflows in some parts of the system, we're showing that we can have a real impact.
Yeah, excellent. And I guess this is one more, and then we can break for lunch. This is something sort of not related necessarily to anything other than looking at the high flows that we had, which I think can be a very good thing for the system. But is there anything that the department's doing? I know speaking to residents along the river, particularly in South Australia, that there were, I guess, building infrastructure on floodplains during a high water event basically puts a whole lot of debris and objects into the flow. Is there looking at being something broader from a federal level to, I guess, advise councils on what they're allowing to be built? There are residents who will build their own levee banks and so forth. Is there anything that's being done, I guess, to help guide what should or shouldn't happen along our flood areas?
Senator, not that I'm aware of. I think those kind of activities ultimately become a responsibility of the state or a local government to how they manage infrastructure and new developments and things like that on a floodplain.
Okay.
Senator, this is not specific to the Murray-Darling Basin or the floodplains within the basin.
Absolutely.
But it happens that my day job is to be the Minister for Emergency Management, and the premiers through National Cabinet have tasked officials to work on approaches to minimising exposure to flood risk through developments in the floodplain. That work's being led by the New South Wales Government, but it's in the context of the work underway within National Cabinet.
Fantastic, thank you.
And on that note, we will break for lunch and we'll return at 2 p.m. Thank you. everybody. We will resume. Senator Davey.
I want to ask about pumped hydro, to throw a curveball into the mix.
Senator, and we'll see how we go.
It may or may not be relevant to
if
these
it's Queensland,
officials.
then it could be relevant to us, but we'll just have to see.
It will, and this is very much where I'm heading, because Mr McConville, my understanding is that any works within the Murray-Darling Basin that impact water still have to be compliant within the sustainable diversion limit. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator. So if you're talking about construction of infrastructure, dams and the like?
Yeah.
Yes.
So any infrastructure construction, if it impacts on water, it has to be compliant with the sustainable.
So the states are still required to comply with the sustainable diversion limits.
So there's been quite some discussion around the potential for new pumped hydro plants, and certainly we're not opposed to them at all, per se. But I am just interested to understand how water diversions for pumped hydro would be treated. More specifically, recently there's been quite a bit of media about a project, the Phoenix Pumped Hydro Energy Storage at Yarrabin, which is Lake Burrendong, which is definitely within the basin. I understand it's a New South Wales state government project, so I'm not going to ask about approvals and all of that, because that's not your bag. But the executive summary of the project does, for pumped hydro projects, if they use water or if there is a water loss attributed to the project, that would have to be licensed, would it, and come within the sustainable diversion limits?
I believe so, Sam. I mean, in terms of the SDLs, it's up to the states in terms of how they determine their meeting their SDLs. I mean, the SDL is an overall diversion amount, obviously, for that particular catchment, and then diversions would be monitored by the states and reported to the MDBA.
So, is there any consideration of prioritisation for such projects, or would they have to just purchase water within the existing frameworks, therefore just like when the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder purchases water, the characteristics are retained and there's no preferential treatment?
I might ask Mr Goods to comment, Senator, if I may.
But I mean, I think the nature of the answer, Senator, will be general advice rather than specific advice in relation to the project you named, because
totally appreciate that.
I don't think officials will be commenting on decisions that may or may not be taken by the New South Wales Government in relation to that project.
Yes.
Tim Goods, Executive Director, Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Exactly to those lines, how a state demonstrates that it's met its SDL is up to the methods that the state articulates. So if they're going to change the method, then they need to, in likelihood, if it's material, to amend their water resource plan, which will follow on from their water sharing plan, which will show how, for New South Wales, which will show how they're managing water and whether a particular project is regarded as take or whether it's regarded as water management. It would depend on the state to bring that forward.
Can you just unpick what the difference would be in terms of if it's water management as opposed to water take?
So if it's how water is moved around, but it's judged or justified that water is not removed from the system, for example, like taken from the system and pumped to a dam off stream, for example, then if it's just managed within the system, then that may not be regarded as take.
Right. So if it's a closed system that doesn't reduce the amount of overall water in the system, that would not be take. But if it was a system whereby, say, there was evaporative losses, would those evaporative losses have to come from somewhere?
Well, there's evaporative losses factored into the management generally, so it'd be at a fairly fine scale to be determining that there are additional evaporative losses over existing system losses.
Right, because, obviously, I mean, and I know you can't talk about specifics, but this particular project does talk about first filling and then also ongoing evaporative losses.
Senator, maybe by way of analogy, would it help? I mean, we can talk about how we manage sort of hydro for Hume and Dartmouth. Would that be helpful in that context?
Yeah.
I might ask Ms Hickey then to come up, Senator, if I could, and we'd explain how we manage the hydro situation there.
Jackie Hickey, Executive Director, MDBA. So we do have pumped hydro, as you're aware, in the Murray system. We've got a pretty major turbine station at Hume Dam, and there's also some, hydro, not pumped hydro, and we've got hydro at Dartmouth. In terms of losses, because they sit in those headwork storages under the recipe of the water sharing arrangements, they are already included. There's no additional losses, and what happens with those hydro stations is it's an opportunistic use of the water as it's being released to generate electricity. In the occasion, if you were to look at pumped hydro, for example, in the Murray system, and you were to look at something theoretically downstream of Hume, not that there's many places to do it, what we would find is anything that increases system losses, like evaporative losses, would affect the total water available in the system, and then that flows through to how much is available for the water entitlement holders. Whether or not that does trigger something under the sustainable diversion limits and therefore the water resource plans really comes down to does it trigger a form of take under the Basin Plan? There's 7 forms of take. And in that regard, the system losses, if it was built in stream, would probably be considered just increased conveyance. But that is hypothetical.
Right. Okay, I know it's hypothetical, but you've essentially answered my question. It would need to be modelled and measured and then assessed as to the impact of the take and whether it is a closed system, run-of-the-mill system loss, or whether it's exceeding expectations. Then it would have to be managed within SDLs. Then it would be up to New South Wales how they deal with it.
Correct.
If it's New South Wales or South Australia or wherever.
Yeah, and what you'll find, like we do on the Murray and the various state water agencies do in their various tributaries, there is an approval role regarding any development, significant development on those major river systems, and these are the things that they will be looking at. For example, on the Murray, if any development has potential to significantly impact state watersheds, and that triggers a whole review process. So these things can't happen without a very comprehensive process to understand the impacts.
And then, Senator, take and forms of take are set out in the Basin Plan.
That's right. The other power generating interest, and we've discussed it at previous estimates, is hydrogen. And I note South Australia are no longer pursuing their hydrogen project at Whyalla, which I believe was talking about in the first instance until they got other infrastructure up and running using Murray water. But in answer to a question on notice, 001020, you very kindly identified where there are other hydrogen projects identified in the basin. Canberra, a Murray Valley project, and Gundawindi are currently in the final investment decision. You did say only one is operating. Do you know which one is operating?
I don't, off the top of my head, Senator. I'll have to come back to you on notice. Thank you.
And you identified there were several others within the basin. To produce that hydrogen, do they need licences? If they're taking water from the basin to fry and split and turn into hydrogen, does that water have to be licensed?
Yeah, I can answer that one, Senator. So one of the benefits of water management in the basin is all states have a really robust water entitlement framework, and particularly in regulated conditions, any take is required to be licensed. So whether that's through some sort of licence to take water from the river or entitlement with a delivery share. So any extraction from the river for any purpose, hydrogen, for example, which is an industrial form of use, would require to be reflected under those state entitlement frameworks.
So do we have any indication of whether any of these have applied for licences or have acquired licences?
Senator, our role is not at that retail entitlement level, so we don't ask or hold that information.
Okay. So it would just mean that for these projects, they would all, losing my pen, they would have to acquire a licence within the state framework. Your role is then just to make sure that within the state frameworks, water is not being used in excess of the sustainable diversion limits.
So we would look at the register of takes, Senator, yes.
Yeah. So as far as anyone in the basin is concerned, these projects will be competing with other water users to fit under the sustainable diversion limits.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. That answers those questions. And you're happy for me to keep going?
I am happy for you to keep going, Senator Davey.
We should let you have lunch every day.
I'm much nicer when I'm allowed to have lunch.
And the National Water Agreement. This is for the department. We've had a bit of a drafting process to get to where we're at with the National Water Agreement. Ms O'Connell, can you just step us through? We had a 2004 National Water Initiative. Can you step us through where we're at with the National Water Agreement?
Yep, certainly, Senator, and it has been a lengthy process. So there's the 2004 National Water Initiative, quite a landmark initiative and well recognised internationally as a great way of setting out Australia's water management principles, and always gets a good reception in terms of recognition of how Australia manages water. Clearly, 2004, it's in need of some refresh. There's been plenty of years of collaboration in A, implementing that initiative, but B, learning from it. During that time, there's been 3 Productivity Commission reviews. My colleague can give the years, but those Productivity Commission reviews were done on a sort of 3-yearly basis. So plenty of submissions put in as parts of those Productivity Commission reviews, plenty of information provided, the views of the PC expressed. I think the most recent review really, or the culmination of those 3 reviews, has been to particularly point to 2 areas that a refreshed agreement should take on board, and those 2 areas are looking at climate change and also Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander interests in water as 2 main features that a refreshed initiative would need to address. So officials have been formed and looking at refreshing the initiative and doing a lot of the preliminary work for quite a number of years. There was a first draft of the outcomes and objectives published in March of 2024, which encaptured a lot of that work just at that highest level of outcomes and objectives. Following that, water ministers, national water ministers had a look at that in middle of the year, middle of 24, so June 24. They had a look at that. And we then subsequently went out for a round of consultation on the next level of detail. So it was the outcomes and objectives again, but also the principles that underpin that agreement. We got a lot of feedback following that process, and I acknowledge that. There was a lot of feedback on that process about how it could be improved. It could be shorter, less principles, etc. So there was a lot of work that followed that, to then have a revised draft agreement published in December 2024 that really showed a lot of progress from that middle of the year version. So that's, if you like, the sort of final draft agreement that had been published in December 2024, and since then there's been continuing discussions amongst senior officials to get it to a final stage, and a lot of this goes down to sort of very minute detail in terms of the clauses. I mean, largely the outcomes and objectives have been set a while ago. It was down then into the principles side of things. It's also the case that a refreshed national water agreement, we've changed the name to an agreement rather than an initiative because it's now sort of a second. You don't have a second initiative, you have a national water agreement. Setting this framework is the start of the implementation. There is then a period of a couple of years where states would develop their work plans to underpin and implement the agreement, and then following on that implementation. So it's also fair to reflect that some of the consultation and the feedback that we got was less about the principles and the outcomes and objectives and more about the next stages of what would be in a work plan. You know, would there be ongoing consultation during the development of the work plans, all those sorts of things. So that's positioned well in terms of then continuing on to develop the work plans and have continuing consultations around the agreement. So sorry, Senator.
If you're not... Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just interested because it was noted in the most recent Productivity Commission review that not all states have delivered against the original NWI. So what happens to them? Because if they haven't delivered on the original, if they sign up to the National Water Agreement, does that mean they sort of jump that step and go straight to delivering against the agreement, or what happens? There's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, well, the National Water Agreement has had to sort of, in a way, bridge some of that gap, get to the right place between continuing on what was set in the National Water Initiative and needs to be carried forward, as well as introducing some new areas. So the expectation is that in signing on to the National Water Agreement, you'd be held to account to implement the National Water Agreement. That doesn't mean that everything from the past initiative disappears. It doesn't, because many of the things carry through into the new National Water Agreement.
Yes, so that was going to be my next question. So you've got the National Water Initiative. The National Water Agreement builds from that. So will the initiative, because it is sort of embedded within the National Water Agreement, will that disappear? Or is it superseded by the National Water Agreement, or are we going to have both going forward?
I would frame it more as the superseded, because the things that are needed to carry forward from the National Water Initiative, or the 2004 version, if you like, those things that are underpinning and need to continue on have been incorporated into the new
Right.
And,
What happened? Do all jurisdictions have to sign up to the National Water Agreement for it to be, or can states do it individually? So, you know, one state might feel comfortable at the moment, so they'll sign up. Another state might be recalcitrant.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. No, each state can decide when it wishes to sign up. Those states that don't sign up will still be bound by the National Water Initiative. Those states that do sign up will be bound by the National Water Agreement. We'll, of course, be encouraging all states to sign up to the National Water Agreement, because what we want is consistency and in action and sustainable water management practices across Australia. So it is most desirable to have all states sign up.
So the National Water Initiative, however, cannot disappear until all states have signed up to the National Water Agreement. So there could be a period of time where we have the two operating concurrently because we might not have resolved all.
That's correct, Senator. And as Deputy Secretary O'Connell said, the National Water Agreement builds on the National Water Initiative. It doesn't go backwards. It's either the same or it sees improvements in some areas. So we would expect that there'll still be that strong accountability on sustainable water management.
Have any states signed up to date?
No, Senator.
And I understand the revised draft, which was published in December, which was quite significantly revised from the March, and you could see that a lot of work had gone into it. I understand there's no intention to release a further draft publicly, but because you're still working through things with the states, does that mean the final National Water Agreement might still look quite different to that revised draft?
Senator, you're right. Sorry. In relation to the end of last year, there was a significant amount of work done to make the agreement from the earlier consultation in September both shorter and more responsive, simpler and clearer. That agreement was put out as being representing the collective work of all the, I think, almost 950 submissions that had occurred to date since 2017, the first Productivity Commission inquiry in 2017, and all the consultations that we undertook last year. In November last year, the Minister wrote to her colleagues and said, I'm providing this culmination of work with the draft agreement for any further input from you prior to seeking to again write in 2025, inviting them to sign on to the agreement. As Deputy Secretary O'Connell outlined earlier, the changes or further considerations have really been in response to that feedback that we've received from Basin states on the basis of that letter from Minister Plibersek in November last year, and they have been at the margin. So they've been on a few remaining issues, and also making sure that of all the consultations that we've undertaken and all the views that have been made, that that the National Water Committee and Commonwealth State Territory officials have thought through and considered each of those consultations and assured ourselves that we've been thorough in that process.
And when you talk about consistency, because you're having those ongoing conversations, if any amendments are made, so if one state requests certain amendments and you work through it, is that then presented to all states? Because do they all have to sign exactly the same document? So
Senator,
we can't have one state signing one and then another state saying, I want to move the full stop and having a different document.
Senator, the National Water Committee, the officials committee that I chair, that is what we are doing in terms of debating in these final remaining small elements to have a position that goes into the National Water Agreement, because it can be it needs to be a single version. Yep.
So could there be a situation where if one state signs up early, they cement it for everyone, and then from there, once it's signed by one state, there can be no more movement? Is that right? Is that fair to say?
It doesn't work like that, Senator, in a sense that the officials committee looks at the changes, you end up with a single version.
Except unless a state doesn't sign up and then they're they're not obliged to that version, they're obliged to the old one.
I think the point is that the negotiations are done at that officials group.
That's right.
And the officials go back to their state, negotiate, come back. And so there's one agreement, and it's not until that agreement is settled that it goes out for anyone to sign it.
And that's a process in place for a lot of Commonwealth state agreements.
Yeah. Is there a timeline, or are you working with the states at their speed? So not their speed, I'm not trying to say that they're sort of dictating, but have you got a fixed deadline, or are you just focused on getting it right?
Senator, what we're particularly interested in is ensuring that we can get on to that next phase, which is developing the action plans, and the current agreement foreshadows that states will have 2 years up to from the point of signing to develop those action plans. Again, this agreement will work best if all states have signed on in broadly the similar timeframe, and that we can then move ahead and do that. I think we'd also like to. The other thing that is coming up is the Water Act review, and it'd be ideal to have the new national water agreement be available for consideration in that Act review, given that the National Water Initiative prior was quite instrumental in the original establishment of the Water Act.
And one of the key factors in having the states sign up to the previous National Water Initiative was there was money on offer, competition policy money. Is there any funding tied to the National Water Agreement?
Senator, the competition policy framework was at a point in time, so it wasn't specific to the National Water Initiative. It was in relation to a group of competition policy things to be resolved. So that was a kind of point in time. Yeah.
So no funding with the National Water Initiative?
Well, Senator, the Commonwealth is spending a lot of money in relation to water.
Oh, I know.
Water group funding, there's a lot of funding that the Commonwealth is spending in relation to water.
Yeah.
And that's quite a difference between 2004 and now.
Yeah.
I think that's right. And picking up from where Ms O'Connell leaves off, I mean, Senator, you will know personally from your own pre-parliamentary experience that the world looked very different when we were first negotiating the National Water Initiative. There is now a role for the Commonwealth that is well defined, particularly in the context of the work that's been done through the Basin, but actually more broadly, and we've talked about some of those national scale initiatives today.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I do appreciate how much funding there is, both through the Basin Plan, the National Water Grid Authority, and several other areas. I understand there will be a preamble to the National Water Agreement.
Consistent with the framework for all Commonwealth state agreements. Yep. Yes, it follows the same broad architecture.
What is the legal standing of the preamble?
The agreement itself, including the preamble, is not legally binding on the states and territories or the Commonwealth.
And that's the same for all of those agreements.
Okay.
So it has the same standing as all others.
Are we looking at potentially a situation again where everyone signed up for good intentions, but we're 10 years down the track and we're still going to have states who haven't even delivered on the first round of agreement principles, let alone the latest? I guess there's nothing we can do about that, though. That's up to the state governments.
In the end, it is up to state governments to deliver on it, but you would expect, having signed a national agreement and with that kind of national framework leadership, that there would be an expressed intent to go ahead and implement it. Clearly, states and territories might differ their emphasis in where they put their effort into implementing it, because there are differences in terms of water across all jurisdictions, so they may well place different emphasis in different areas. But it's hard to imagine where a state would sign up to it with no intention to implement it. I think there's questions about how fast, how hard, what areas they put their emphasis, but I wouldn't see that they would necessarily sign up with the intention of not implementing it.
And the first draft had 173 principles. The next one had significantly less, which was quite refreshing. Are we still tightening them up, and how many principles are we looking at now?
Well, certainly one of the key differences between the middle of last year's draft and the end of last year's, the December, was to make it a lot simpler. But there are other ways in which we have changed it as well during the difference between those two.
Yeah, I mean, what we had the opportunity to when we made it shorter was look at, so we reduced the number of outcomes and also the number of principles. Again, the document that was released in December is largely indicative of what the number of principles are that was there. And most of that change happened where we could talk about and identify that a couple of principles, if they were brought up to a slightly higher level, could then be brought together. So we didn't lose anything from that process, but what we're able to do is make it a more accessible document and in terms of its shortness and aligning better the objectives, outcomes and principles underneath them and removing any duplication that was existing across a number of areas.
So it's clearer and simpler, yes.
Like a strategy session with a whiteboard, you start by throwing every idea on the whiteboard and then you take a step back and look and go, well, those two actually mean the same thing. And a bit of streamlining that way. Is that streamlining still going though? So is the final version going to be a lot simpler for people to understand?
No, Senator, as we've sort of indicated, any revisions that have been made since that December version have been at the margin, so it will look largely very, very similar.
Okay. Am I still good to keep going?
I might break it up a little by just saying that we have a letter from Senator Lydia Thorpe with a series of questions, and I just wanted to formally sort of make those questions on notice for the department to deal with and come back to us within the timeframe.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. We'll take them on notice.
Thank you.
Well,
back to you, Senator Davey.
Thank you, and possibly relevant because I do have some questions about the AWEP, Indigenous Aboriginal Water Entitlement Program.
Certainly, Senator.
Got the right people at the table?
Yep, we'll just...
thank you very much. Now, I understand a lot of work has gone in and there is now a purchasing strategy developed that breaks down catchments and estimated gigalitres of water in those catchments. And also, interestingly, the licence types, which is good to see because it's actually clear and focused. Ms Hedges, can you just give us a very high level how those volumes were determined, how and what considerations were taken into account?
Sure. So Cheryl Hedges, the branch head of the First Nations Water Branch, and I'd also like to say Walawana Yindawan for you as a Wild Aboriginal woman. So that trading strategy was actually released last year on the 22nd of June, and we had done quite a considerable amount of consultation and engagement with First Nations people to determine what and how we might be able to introduce the interim governance arrangement. And what we heard was that there was a clear indication that we wanted to do something while we were still going through and doing the consultation on the enduring model. And we did some survey work, and through that investigation it was determined that they wanted a portfolio of water for that interim arrangement that was had connectivity perspectives that was underpinned by wealth creation. And so with that in mind, we contracted AITHA, who's part of the Ricardo Group now, to look forward to produce a portfolio that would meet those two priorities. And so part of that was determining what were the types and nature of the water and the licences that we would be looking for and where that could be approached across the whole basin. And so you will see in that that strategy that there are high security, general security, there's low reliability, there's different volumes, there's different locations, and it's all based on having that breadth of opportunity to be able to create that connectivity and the wealth creation aspect of that trading strategy or the purchase strategy.
And there is purchasing underway. Have you finalised any purchases?
We're going through the process. We do have water brokers out active in there. We are considering purchases. I can't go into too much more in terms of what's been offered, where it's been offered, the volume or the quantity or the value of those. But we have progressed along that pathway, and there's certain things that we need to do to, get our ducks in a row in terms of valuation, frameworks and valuations and the evaluation framework. But we're considerably down that pathway, and there should be some coming up soon, pending caretaker.
And will it be publicly reported? Will there be, as with the CHU, an annual report to say what water holdings are there? And, after the purchase arrangements, like with the department, when they run a tender and then they report on the outcomes of the tender, once you're finalised, I totally appreciate that you can't talk about things until they're finalised, but once it's finalised, will that be publicly reported?
Absolutely, they will be made public, and that's one of our biggest undertakings, not just for the general public but for all Basin First Nations, is to let them know where we've purchased water for them on their behalf until we can hand it over to the enduring model.
As you can appreciate, the water market, as big and busy as it is, it's a small community with lots of whispers and talking. There has been commentary that the trades are taking quite a while to process. Have you had that feedback?
No, because we're not in the position to do trading at the moment, temporary trading, because we won't be able to do that. Until
not temporary trading, the purchases of entitlements.
The purchases. Yeah. Look, conveyance takes time. And so I think the average time to do a conveyance, once you do all your checks and crosses that you need to do, can take up to 3 months.
How many staff within the department have you got working on AWEP conveyancing? I've
got about 35 in my branch, roughly, but on AWEP I've got about 7 to 9 people at any time working on it, and I think you can appreciate there's different aspects and different people working on that. And, we're very conscious of the review of the IG, the ANAO report, and making sure that we've got all our probity in place. And so some people are working on some aspects of the program and others are working on that so that we can keep that kind of separation of the bits and pieces.
Sound information barriers. Good.
Yes. and between us and the other programs as well.
Yes, obviously, because it is a separate program and it is a totally different purchasing format than the other water purchasing formats.
Yeah, and it absolutely is, because the water that we're purchasing through this program is remaining in the consumptive pool, so it's there for that use for future, the temporary trading and everything like that, so it's not being removed at all. And I think that because we're getting the different types from across the basin as well, the impact on the communities generally is not there. I mean, if you have a think about it, the $100 million in terms of the $30 billion market that's in the basin, it only represents, like 0.25, 0.33%, the volume about the same. And so in terms of impact on that whole basin, it's probably quite small, but the impact for First Nations people from that socioeconomic opportunity is quite big. Even though it's a small step, it's a great first step.
And that point, Senator, that it remains in the consumptive pool.
Yes, and I do note in that message has been consistent in all of the messaging about the AWEP water, that it remains in the consumptive pool. Tranche 1 purchases, it says will not exceed $10 million. That's what I've read here, where you're in the process of doing a first tranche of purchases.
Yeah, through the water broker situation.
Yes.
And shortly we're just finalising all our detail on market-led purchases, because we know that there are people out there who want to come straight to us and not go through brokers.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So we've actually had some offers which we can't progress because we need to put again all our things, our ducks in a row. Yep.
Yep.
So we are just finalising that market-led approach, and it will be out soon.
So Senator, just in the framework that was published last year, did identify a range of purchasing options and approaches, so not just market intermediaries.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because you're in tranche 1, has there been prioritisation of any of these regions that you've published, or is it more of a opportunistic within the published guidelines and the published structure?
Yeah, so part of the process is because it's water market intermediary led, we are led by what the market comes to us by. And when we are considering any offers that come forward, we are considering that in light of that strategic framework.
Now, you've got 100 million. I've got down here that tranche 1 could be up to 10 million, but correct me if I'm wrong. Have you got a breakdown of a timeline for the expenditure of that 100 million? So are you expecting maybe 10 million this financial year, 20 million next financial? Is there a breakdown, or?
Yeah, so across the 100 million and the $10 million, that's in addition to that to support that delivery charges and all those type of bits.
That might be where I'm getting confused. So the 10 million is actually set up costs. So
yes, the 10.1 is for set up costs, holding fees, it's probate advice, commercial advice, all those bits and pieces.
And the 100 million is for the entitlements.
Just simply for the entitlements. So just in terms of profiling, we've got probably roughly about 73 million for this financial year. And then we've got the extra 34 plus for the financial year after that. How we're tracking when we get closer to the end of the financial year, because we don't know what the market is going to tell us, then we'll just go through the usual MOF kind of arrangements if we need to.
So potentially, if you don't spend all that 73 million, that will roll forward.
That would be the aim, pending the normal budgetary processes.
Yes, but you're not going to rush out to spend 73 million before the end of the financial year just because...
No, I can assure you that our evaluation framework is established on cultural requirements and value for money, and we have had some offers that are considerably higher than what you would expect, and we're not interested in that.
Yeah.
And Senator, the AWEP Aboriginal Water Entitlement Program isn't part of the Basin plan, so there's no legislated end date or time frame there.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. That's actually a really important point. You did mention the current arrangements are interim.
Yes.
You have a advisory group.
Yes.
Are those advisory group members paid?
Yes.
And are those payments published at what rate they're paid?
They should be, but I can tell you what they are if you like.
Sure.
So just give me 2 ticks to flick through my documents here. Hopefully I still have it here. Yeah, just my luck I didn't bring it, but... yeah, it's similar to the Remuneration Tribunal. We do actually contract individually with each of the members of the advisory group up to a certain amount. But look, I'll take it on notice exactly how much it is, but it's in the vicinity of around $500-600 for the day.
Okay, that and so it's a per day rate. So when you meet or when they're called in.
So there's an hourly rate, and then after a certain period of time, it kicks over into a daily rate.
And do they meet regularly, or is it on a as needs?
It's on a needs basis, but at the moment it is on a regular basis because there's so many policies that are being developed to be able to support the types of work that needs to be undertaken. So, for example, the advisory group has met at least 10 times so far since it was been established, and the directorate has met about 7 times. The directorate, because now we're getting offers, are meeting more often to be able to consider some of those things. The next advisory group's in Mildura in a couple of weeks' time.
And when you start to have your portfolio, because it is an interim arrangement, how are decisions then going to be made about how you utilise the water that's in that portfolio, and how do you distribute the benefits, and that those benefits could be the environmental or the cultural benefit. Like, how do you determine that this water year, I mean, because the Murray is a big reach with a lot of nations and a lot of cultural priorities. So how do you determine that this year we're going to say water the Wirrai as opposed to Pollack Swamp as opposed to the Barmah Forest?
So the focus of the interim governance at present has been about the purchasing of water in accordance with our strategic framework. The next phase that is currently in process is for the advisory group to be developing the trading policy. And so that trading and leasing policy, once it comes in place, will determine what we can do during the interim arrangement. So we're not there yet, but it is soon to come into its final drafting process. I expect that will probably be in place in the next couple of months or so. It takes time because we need to remember that the interim governance arrangement is we don't want to commit the future enduring model to any decisions or that we make now, but we want to set up a good foundation for when it is handed over that there's some good things happening in that place. And so once we do that temporary trade and leasing policy, then the next phase after that could be, depending on how long it takes for the enduring model to come into place, around what can we do with the water, how can we allocate that out to different nations for use, depending on what the volume of the portfolio is at that time. So some of the things we're very conscious of is that if we start doing some temporary trades, the funds that are coming in for that, we want to be able to manage the costs associated with that as part of that process. We don't want to lose it out. We are very conscious about ensuring that the benefit still remains 50-50 for the north and southern basins.
Right. I just find it interesting that you're talking about the temporary trade and leasing, and I appreciate that is entirely within the rights of the AWEP and allows for First Nations self-determination, but you didn't mention cultural flows. You didn't mention that the water might be used for cultural flows. So I'm also interested in how those priorities are weighed up as well.
Yeah, that's part of the conversation that has to happen for that next bit, because the temporary trading and leasing is about that wealth creation opportunity, which is one of those things that is one of the priorities for the program. That second part about cultural flows, whether it's for environmental or pure cultural outcomes, if we park up the economic side of things, that's that next phase of consideration that will have to hopefully happen. Hopefully it happens once we've handed over, because we don't want to hold it for too long. But if there is a policy that needs to come into place, that would be the next phase of when we're doing the interim governance. And there will be some other policies coming in place as well, but we just want to do that. We've got advice from the advisory group that we just want to go slow and steady, consolidate what we've got, make sure we've got some good processes in place so that when it is handed over to the enduring model, that it is handed over in a really good, sustainable process with methodology to support what that happens. We don't want it to fail at the first hurdle. And
you did identify, and I appreciate that you did, that there's costs to trading, temporary trades. So is the goal, so an analogy at the moment, the New South Wales environmental water holder is allowed to trade, but it's all got to be self-funded, and some of their trading actually helps pay for their water delivery fees somewhere else. So the goal is to be a self-funding portfolio, so that wealth generation, obviously, so you cover the costs, but also you cover the costs and generate wealth for First Nations people.
Yeah, and that came across very strongly in our consultation, that whole idea of having that sustainable, enduring model for future generations. And so it might be relevant now to let you know that we are about to go out shortly to start engaging on the enduring model, and over the next 3 to 4 months, roughly, we'll be looking to catch up with every nation if they want us to do it on a nation-by-nation process, or collectively, whatever nations ask us to do, we're there to support them in that space. But the idea is to go out and say, look, we're not saying that it has to be trust a holding arrangement or a water holder or statutory. We haven't decided what a model would be. We want to hear from nations about what are the governance things that are really important to you for the enduring model. Like, how do you want nations to have input? How do you want decisions to be made? How do you want the cultural and the governance kind of things to fit together? So once we have that over the next 3 or 4 months, that will then help us then determine with nations, well, what is the best model that would suit those kind of cogs and wheels that you need to have for that model. And then it's about determining how that is developed, how long that will take. So, for example, if it's statutory, it's going to take a bit longer. We all know that. And then that then would support what other things can we do in the interim governance arrangement until we can hand it over at that time as well.
And there are something like 50 nations across the basin?
Look, there's probably 50 plus nations across the basin, but within each of the nations there are different family groups. Some talk with each other, some don't, but we're here to listen to all.
Yeah.
Anybody who wants to come and have a yarn will have a yarn about what that might look like for that particular nation.
And importantly, you're going out to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about written submissions and the formal consultation that we're used to. You're actually willing to go out to them if they reach out.
We did a little bit of analysis over that, like a 6 or 8 week period. If we do a bit of a hub and spoke and a north and a south happening at the same time, it's about 10,000 kilometres of road travel that needs to happen to go out and talk to each of the nations if they want to do that. Of course, we're not saying that we won't meet you collectively somewhere. But it's just it's a big effort going out. And we're happy to do that. I mean, that's part of self-determination, supporting that.
And I'm just interested because, as with anything and any policy area, and there are always differences of opinions, how do we reconcile those differences, particularly like in the Murray, where you've got multiple different groups and family groups and nations, and they might not all agree. How are we going to get to a landing place where we know that we've done the best we can and we are delivering the best we can when there might be some voices from the sidelines?
Yep, that's absolutely a challenging and testy space to be in. We're not determining who are the right people to talk with. That's up to the nations to be able to say, we want to have a yarn with you about different things. It's the same within the Cultural Flows Planning for Cultural Economies program, which is a grant program that's currently got open from a soft launch perspective. We might have applicants in that process where they come from the same nation but different family groups who want to do the same type of work. We're not going to determine who is the right person to do that work. We'll put it back out to those nations to come together to let us know. They've got to determine themselves, because who's got the right cultural authority should be determined by the nations, not by government.
I think we're making strides, and we're going to have a portfolio of water, and I'd like to see it achieve something. So,
we all would, Senator. Yeah. We all would.
And as you say, so it'll be up to the nations, if they wealth creation with that wealth, if they want to then go out and create Indigenous Rangers programs through that wealth, or that will be entirely up to them?
Entirely up to them. Any person that owns a portfolio of anything, whether it's stocks or water, would determine what their objectives will be. I would think that once the enduring model is set up, whether it's whatever the governance arrangement be, will have their own strategic plans developed, and they will manage that water in terms of that. And that could be things like you suggested. It could be about purchasing infrastructure to be able to access the water to do bits and pieces. And so that's where that Cultural Flows grant program is really supportive of AWEP, because it's going to support nations in the basin to produce their planning to say, here's the kind of economic outcomes we want, here's the cultural outcomes that we might like, here's the things that we need to do, and that could then support any of the process from that strategic plan that might come out in AWEP to say, here, we've done this, we might need 1 meg of water or 2 meg, or we might need a pump to be able to get the water out for whatever the economic outcome is.
And you've got the estimated gigalitres and between the north and south, but my understanding is the funds, the 100 million, is meant to be split equally between the north and south. So that's why these are just estimated figures, because the market will decide.
Yeah, yeah. It's just as long as the benefit, that financial benefit, is split between the north and the south.
And just finally on this topic, you did go out to identify water market intermediaries who could perform the tasks. You've awarded some brokers. I'm kind of likening it to you're a preferred supplier, so you haven't actually given brokers a fixed volume. You've sort of got these brokers that are on it. Is that list publicly available of which brokers?
Yep, it's on the web.
It's on the website.
Yep.
Right. I thought it was, but then I just couldn't find it the other day.
So I can tell you who they are if you want to, because I know I've definitely got that in here because I highlighted it this morning.
If you could table it for us, if you could rip it out and table it.
Yeah, because I always forget the third one, and that's really wrong of me because there's only three. So it's Rural Co, Water Trust, and this is the third one. It's like it's terrible when you can't find the things that you want, isn't it? Rural Co, Wilkes Water, and Water Find.
Rural Co, Wilkes, and Water Find.
Yeah, they're the three.
Right. And we've talked a lot about nations and family groups. Are land councils also part of the process, or are they a different structure? So,
well, no, they're not part of the structure because they are almost a peak organisation representing a whole range of different things within that land area. So for us, it's really about the nations itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms Hedges.
You're
I think
welcome.
that's all I've got on AWEP. And does anyone else have questions on AWEP?
Chair, if I may, just in response to more Senator Thorpe's letter that you asked us to take on notice, I'm happy to table our response to Senator Thorpe's letter. Senator.
Thank you.
That was quick.
Something I prepared earlier, Senator.
National Water Grid.
Yes, Senator. National Water Grid officials are here.
Thank you very much. Yet again, in the MyEFO, we saw funds that had been allocated to the National Water Grid diverted elsewhere. But since the 31st of October last year, we've seen the Minister announce several National Water Grid funding projects. I'm just trying to get my head around how many funds remain, or how much funding remains in the National Water Grid.
Senator Mark Darrow, Branch Head, National Water Grid. At the end of January, there was $174.8 million of funding left in the National Water Grid, including $20 million, which is committed through the First Nations stream.
Now that's for, as we discussed earlier, that is specifically for First Nations communities to help water security and reliability.
Yes.
Right. I think it's a really good program, but I'm also very cognizant of the fact that town water, community water, water treatment plants, etc., has traditionally been the responsibility of state governments. Is that 20 million? Is there a requirement for state government matched funding?
Senator, it's not matched funding, but there is a requirement for co-contributions for construction projects right across the water grid. So For First Nations projects, it's generally that the Commonwealth will provide up to 80%.
Okay. I'd just like to see the state government still a bit more, but that's my thing. How much of that 174.8 million is committed to projects? All of it?
So, Senator, that's the amount of funding that, as at the end of January, is not committed.
Oh, that's the uncommitted. Yes. So there's still 20 million in the First Nations.
So there's
that's
154.8 plus the 20.
That gets you to the 100.
That's uncommitted.
That gets you to, yes.
That's uncommitted. So there's still 20 million for Indigenous.
Yes.
That's uncommitted. Thank you. That's clear. There were a lot of projects that were cut or deferred over the last 3 years. With the deferred funding, is that still sitting out beyond the forward estimates?
Yes, Senator. As I stated last time, in the last hearings, that money is still sitting beyond the forward estimates for the balance of the Paradise Dam funding. So there's 50 million that's available in the forward estimates for Paradise Dam, of which we've already paid 20. There's the balance of the $170 million for the Hughenden program. And there is the balance of funding for Big Rocks Weir.
So, sorry, with Paradise, so in the forwards is 50.
Yes.
And in the balance...
The 550 is sitting beyond the forward estimate. So we had the 600.
Yes.
But there was some early work that Queensland wanted to do related to the project, pre-construction work, improving access around the site and things like that.
Yeah. So how much is sitting beyond the forwards for Big Rock, sorry?
So it is 34.75, I think. I will...
The Australian Government's commitment is 38 million.
Yes.
And 3.25 million has been contracted.
Correct.
Has already been contracted. Right. How many, through the National Water Grid, we've funded a lot of business cases, and then we've also funded final business cases. How many business cases have we funded where we have not then progressed to, or have not received an application to progress to a final project? Have there been any that where the business case has come back and we've just gone, thanks for the business case?
Well, yes, Senator, there's been several of those. And I noted your comments earlier today about, more generally, about feasibility studies and business cases. The point I would make on those is that they are point-in-time assessments as well. So while you may see a business case done 5 years ago, if you were to relook at that project again, you would need to update the business case. So it's not unusual for projects, particularly, say, a project like Rookwood Weir, which was, had a 20-year genesis, for it to go through several phases of feasibility and business case development. Hopefully you've been able to better find our business cases and feasibility studies both through the list we provided in response to your question on notice and on the website.
Except you keep updating your website and things move.
We're responding to...
don't get me started on supermarkets.
Senator, we're responding to feedback from stakeholders like yourself to make it easier. But yes, there's 93 business case, regional assessments, pre-construction projects and feasibility studies that have been or are being funded through the water grid. So there was 42 feasibility studies through the old NWIDF, National Water Infrastructure Development Fund feasibility studies, which are all listed on the website, and we moved those into one spot. Through the more recent feasibility component from 2019 to 2025, there was a further 11 projects. And then there's been 40 business case projects, regional assessments and pre-construction projects since we've had the Federation funding agreement for infrastructure for the National Water Grid Fund, and that's around $157.8 million. And those, each of those projects projects are announced since the National Water Grid was stood up, each have their own web page.
Yeah, I have seen that. And don't worry, MDBA, you don't get off scot-free with your changing website either. It's very frustrating. I note on the 24th of January, Minister Plibersek announced an extra $87.5 million for Cairns water sustainability, which was a National Water Grid project. But in the reporting on it on the Cairns Post, Ms Plibersek's office confirmed the additional money. It said it was immediate funding to be included in the next budget. Does that mean it's not in the existing National Water Grid funding and it's got to be added in the next budget?
No, Senator, that funding is, I've given you the figure of the committed or the uncommitted funding. It's already taken account of in that. So the 87.5 is there.
But it's in the uncommitted.
Don't reduce the
uncommitted. So I gave you a figure as at the end of January.
So it doesn't need to be included in the next budget?
Well, it still does need to be included as a project, and then the funding for that then goes into the budget paper 3 against Queensland. And so that's how it's included in the budget. Where we have unallocated funding, it effectively gets allocated through the budget process, and each project gets listed in a measure description.
Okay, so so in the budget it will be a measure, but you've already done the maths for me for that 174.
It's been funded in the grid.
Yep. I appreciate that. Does the National Water Grid? Is the National Water Grid involved in the lovely Wilcannia Weir?
Not directly, I think.
So, Senator, it's currently funded from the Northern Basin Toolkit. Okay. We had spoken before at estimates that we were in discussion with the state in regards to seeking additional funding through the water grid. But at this stage, it is not a water grid project.
It's not a water grid project. That's all right. What about the Cobar pipeline? Is that a water grid project?
Yes. So Ningen to Cobar. So are you referring to stage 2 or stage 1? So the New South Wales government announced that with a revised estimated cost of over $300 million, that it deferred making an investment decision on replacing the 100 kilometres of pipeline associated with stage 2. The business case project for that was jointly funded by the Australian government and the New South Wales government, and they committed $1.8 million to that, us $1 million. The Australian government's also contributing $26.25 million through the water grid funds to stage 1 of the project, which is expected to commence mid this year. And that is prioritising the pump stations at Ningen and Hermidale.
Right, so stage 1 is progressing.
Stage 1 is
we've funded it, Commonwealth. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm saying we, the royal we. Commonwealth has funded it 26.25 million towards it, but stage 2 is on hold.
Stage 2, we funded the business case, but the New South Wales government would need to make an investment decision and then put forward a proposal for national water grid funding that would be considered through the usual budget processes.
Okay, so they have not yet put in for stage 2.
No, because they've deferred their own investment decision.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so we're waiting on New South Wales to make up their mind of what they want to do and how they want to fund it.
And as I said earlier, Senator, we would expect that if the delay in an investment decision is some years, we would seek an updated business case to take account of the new costs and benefits. It wouldn't necessarily be a full redo of the business case, but we would certainly want to know what the costs were and how robust they were.
Okay, so we've funded a business case. We've got the business case. New South Wales is now deciding how they want to proceed, but if they come back to us and say they want to proceed with stage 2, we're going to need a new business case.
Not necessarily a new business case. We would just want certainly the construction costs we would want updated.
Senator, I don't think you disagree with this, but it is important to make decisions based on the best possible cost information.
Yes.
I think you would understand.
If it's an updated business case, I'm okay. It's when we go right back to the drawing board that I get frustrated, Minister, as I'm sure a lot of people share my frustrations. My concern with the Cobar pipeline, though, is it is currently beyond its life. But am I right to say that if it bursts, that's New South Wales's baby to mop up? The water grid is there for them to apply if they so choose. But yeah,
yes, that's right, Senator. The responsibility is with the state government for their assets.
Yeah. Right, and we've just received a response to that. Just to the MDBA, Basin Plan, progress on Basin Plan Mark 2. Mr McConville, can you give us an update as to where we're at? I know that we have invested and we've funded the CSIRO to look at the sustainable yield study. We're now doing the Sustainable Rivers audit as well. We are uplifting all of the models that underpin the original Basin Plan. So can you just give us an overview of where we're at?
Thank you, Simon. There's a number of projects, Senator, there that you've mentioned, sort of set it out in sequential order. So the Sustainable Rivers audit, as Dr Coleman mentioned earlier today, a RIA would look at the state of the basin, and then the Basin Plan evaluation, which will take that Sustainable Rivers audit and consider that in terms of the contribution of the Basin Plan to that state. At this stage, Senator, we are looking to release that around about the end of July. And then the Sustainable Yields study will feed into what we call the outlook towards probably the end of the third quarter or early October. So all of the work and lines of evidence for the evaluations, Senator, have been completed, and the evaluation is being drafted at the moment, and we're also well advanced on the sustainable yields work feeding into the outlook. At the same time, we are in the early stages of working towards the discussion paper. We are required under legislation to issue a discussion paper and then a consultation period of 12 weeks in early 2026. And we are well progressed in terms of that work as well with the authority. The third piece you mentioned, Senator, is the Integrated River Modelling Uplift project, the UMU project, which, as you say, is the bringing together of river models across the basin, 24, onto a common platform. That program is progressing well, and we are looking to complete the next phase of that by the end of June this year. So I would say overall, Senator, very much on track with where we thought we would be at this point.
With the modelling uplift, I have had concerns raised with me. Some valleys that were on old models, IQQSM.
IQQM, yes.
They're concerned that the new models are not as accurate. Have you worked with all those valleys and stakeholders to ensure that the new model is fit for purpose across the valleys?
I might ask Mr Ashby, if I could, Senator, to come forward, who has charge of the UMU project, just to sort of work through that process in terms of how we've brought the different platforms together. Wherever he might be. He's coming?
He's coming. He's coming.
So, Scott Ashby, Executive Director, Basin Science and Knowledge at Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, we have been working with all of the jurisdictions in the uplift of the modelling, and the IQQM models are fit for purpose in the state where they've been utilised, but at the same time, states have agreed to move across to the platform. So we're developing a model for them, making sure that it reflects the concerns and the assumptions that were in the IQQM model. So very much a collaborative process, and we continuously confer with the modelling advisory group to ensure that the assumptions in the model do reflect as best we can the model assumptions in IQQM.
So some stakeholders, you've worked with the jurisdictions, have you worked with stakeholders?
At this point, Senator, we leave that to the individual jurisdictions for their models to reflect, I guess, what their stakeholders would expect to see in those models. We work with the jurisdictions and say, well, okay, that's your model. Let's see how we can replicate that as best we can in the new model. And my understanding is that those jurisdictions will transfer over to the new model at some point.
Right. And Mr McConville said you're hoping to complete the next phase by the end of June. When are you hoping to have all of this modelling work done so that we're all jurisdictions and zones and valleys are operating off a consistent model?
Thanks, Senator. We're actually aiming for completion by 30th of June this year, 2025, and pleasingly able to say within budget and also meeting the scope of the business case. There'll be two streams of work that will continue post 30 June, which is what we're calling our sustainment phase. And that will be looking at ongoing and continuous improvement of all of the models so they can all better reflect reality as best we can, and also building the skills and collaboration across the modellers in all of the jurisdictions. The other phase is a progressive release of model access and modelling data through a publicly available portal. And that sustainment program runs for a further 6 years. So we have $33.6 million over 6 years, which is approximately $5.6 million per annum to ensure sustainment.
Right, so that the modelling data is going to be publicly available?
There will be different levels of availability or access, because obviously some data that is used by jurisdictions is confidential or commercial in confidence. So there will be different layers of accessibility, but definitely people will be able to see the outputs of modelling runs.
Interesting. That hasn't happened before, has it?
No, this is probably the strength of this program. There are really two strengths. One is collective modelling, so every jurisdiction can see what everybody else is modelling, and then that information is made available to other stakeholders. And the second aspect is, I'd call it a collaborative uplift in skill set. So there's a skill strategy and development program as part of this, and a recruitment of additional modellers as well. Because previously, when a jurisdiction needed a modeller, often we hired someone from another jurisdiction.
There was a lot of secondments going on.
Correct. So it was recognised that we needed, across the basin, we needed more modellers. So there's been an uplift in that space as well.
So the Integrated River Modelling uplift was a $66 million program. You just mentioned you had $33.6 million over 6 years for further work. So does that mean you've spent $33 million to date, or?
No, to date, of the $65.5 million over 4 years, we've spent approximately $40.2 million. And there's an additional $33.6 million for sustainment.
Oh, okay.
Which begins as of the 1st of July 2025.
So that's over and above the original 66?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a $100 million program. That's okay. Mr McConville, the major works, I'm just wanting to drill down into the funding for the major works that is going on towards Basin Plan Mark 2. The Murray-Darling Water Environment Research Program was a $20 million investment over 4 years. How long has that got to go?
I'll get Dr Coleman to comment.
Thanks, Andrew. Senator, that program's due to wind up. So the research will complete 30th of June this year, and then we'll have another 4 months or so of closure process. So the program itself will wind up around October, November this year. And
so all the $20 million will have been expended?
We're forecast to have spent just a little bit under the $20 million, so there might be about $100,000 left.
And that, all the results of that research work will be publicly available?
That's right, yes. Yep. I think of about 150 products we'll get out of that research. A bit over 100 of them are available online now, and we'll be releasing the rest through the rest of this year.
That's a lot of papers.
It is. I've read them.
The Basin Condition Monitoring Report, $7.5 million government funding through the Communities Investment Package delivered by the MDBA. Has that been expended, and what have we got for that?
I'm happy to talk to that one again, Senator. So that program will roll through to, it's forecast to finish at the end of this calendar year. And the reports from that are published as they become available. So we tend to publish them in tranches. And that program focused on looking at monitoring across 4 different themes, across the economic, social, First Nations and environmental themes. And then there was also some additional money dedicated to hydrology as well.
And will those reports, because as you say, looking at economic and social, will they feed into this bit of the report that we're doing for the review, which will incorporate economic and social
That's right.
considerations? So
that's right.
This is preliminary work for that.
That's right. So those reports, most of the social and economic work, we've aligned it with the needs of the Basin Plan evaluation and then knocking on to the Basin Plan review. So we have released some of those BCMP reports already, but there's a tranche of them due to come out middle of this year alongside the Basin Plan evaluation and the Sustainable Rivers Audit. So they'll be released as a package.
Right. So progress is being made and the discussion paper will be out 2026, early
2026.
Early 2026. And when is the review to be finalised?
So we're required to finalise the review by the end of 2026, Senator.
Yeah. With a view to having the next Basin Plan in 20...
Well, I mean, the Basin Plan continues, Senator, and it would be a separate step for we would make recommendations how the government may want to respond to that, but the completion of the review at the end of 2026.
Right. Thank you very much. The last thing I'm really interested to know about, Mr McConville, there has been, you've had a significant, and we've talked about it before, you've had a significant boost in the number of staff for the work that's gone into the Basin Plan review. They were all contracted, is that correct?
Not all, Senator. So we have had an increase in ongoing and non-ongoing staff, but we do expect, as we've discussed before, that number will tail off and we'll be back to where we were before the review started by the end of 2027.
What does that look like?
So the numbers there, Senator, would return to, I believe it's about 280 ASL, thereabouts, by the end of 27.
Okay. You're not going to believe this, Chair. I'm done.
That is a delightful thing to hear, Senator Davey.
I mean, I can.
I appreciate your deep and abiding passion for water and share it. I would like to swiftly, before she changes her mind, thank everyone for coming along today. Appreciate all that you do, and we will adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you.